"We're very sorry, but your wife has passed away," the doctor said and left the waiting room. No sympathy, no empathy, just an indifferent statement of fact. Maybe not all doctors are like that, but on the other hand, what else can they say? "We did our best," this phrase brings even more pain. Better said as dryly as this doctor. Giles got up from the comfortable padded chair and tiredly asked to go to the labor room. Emily had been in labor for over 6 hours. The obstetrician had warned that there might be complications, and in the end she hadn't survived it. She lost too much blood. The man felt no grief, no anger, no despair. After he saw the doctors running back and forth, saying something quickly to each other in a panic, he knew immediately. But he and Emily had predicted this version of events as well. They had been prepared for this outcome in advance. The day before the birth, they had a very frank, sensual conversation. Emily was lying in a hospital bed in the VIP labor room. Giles was sitting next to her on a chair, reading the 5th chapter of a book. The only source of light was a floor lamp. The doctors had recommended that the mom to be rest her body as well as her spirit, and the white light of hospital lamps had a very negative effect on her emotional state. Therefore, it was decided to put a floor lamp in the room. In this room, in principle, it was very cozy. The price matched the quality. Giles had found his wife one of the best hospitals in the city. As he'd once said at his wedding, "To my wife, the very best," and after 5 years of marriage, he still kept his word. A real man. It took them a long time to get pregnant. At first, the doctors said the wife was infertile. She ran to different hospitals, but all the doctors, as if conspiring, said the same thing: to give birth to their children, there is no hope. Emily had given up hope. But one day she went to another private clinic, which she was advised by a friend, and she was not mistaken here, she was really helped. However, they immediately warned that the risk of death in her state of health is very high. But the woman still decided to give birth. She wanted to give her husband an heir. Giles had long persuaded his wife not to do it, for he truly loved her. If she died, he would die inside her. But his wife assured him that everything would be all right. They'd often argued about it, but then Giles realized that Emily wouldn't give up. She had always wanted a child, and he wanted an heir. Both hoped they would have a healthy boy, but fate had decided otherwise. Another ultrasound showed that soon they will have a girl. The parents-to-be were not upset by the news. Giles, to Emily's surprise, was even pleased. They organized the room, bought all the necessary things for the first time. The crib was made of very high-quality natural materials. Giles himself supervised the arrangement of the new room in their big house. To his wife, he said, "Don't worry about anything. You only need to look after yourself and the future child, eat well, exercise moderately, and drink the necessary vitamins." She followed all the doctor's recommendations, and the pregnancy went well, without any complications. And then finally the day of labor came. It turned out to be quite exciting, especially for Giles. Giles," shouted Emily, waking her husband at 4 in the morning. "I'm in labor, get up." As soon as the man heard these cherished words, he immediately jumped out of bed and ran to the pre-prepared suitcase. He called the driver, who had also been instructed in advance. Together they went to the hospital. They lived in the countryside, in a large private house. They were surrounded by a piece of almost untouched forest. The air here was very clean. That's why the family had chosen this place to build their cozy nest and put down roots. It was an hour-and-a-half drive to New York. The whole time, Emily was screaming, sighing, moaning. The contractions were truly unbearable. However, when the couple arrived at the hospital, the doctors stated that these were false contractions. Of course, the water had not broken yet, but the doctor strongly advised them to stay in the hospital, as the real labor was going to start any day now. They, of course, were allocated a separate paid room. Everything was already arranged for a comfortable stay of mother and child. By evening, Emily had some inexplicable feeling of anxiety, and she decided to share it with her husband. "Darling," Emily said in a tired voice. Giles stopped reading the book and looked at his beloved wife. He stood up and slowly approached her, opening her hands with his palms. "What is it, my soul?" It sounded so gentle and pleasant. Giles gave off an aura of genuine family happiness and comfort and protection. Emily always felt as if she were under the wing of an angel. The doctor said that the labor might be difficult, and that there was a chance that I know, Giles said firmly. No, Giles said harshly. Don't you dare say that. But I want to keep myself and our baby safe. Please, Emily hesitated for a moment. If I'm gone, take care of our little girl, she said confidently and openly. She felt Giles' muscles visibly tense. That last phrase had almost made him angry, but he realized that he had to reason and think rationally about all the consequences. But of course he hoped that nothing dire would happen. You will not die. Again, Giles firmly assured his wife. Darling, you can't know for sure. Giles stood up abruptly and stepped away from Emily. He rested his forehead against the window pane and thought for a long time. Then he heard his wife's gentle voice. Giles, I love you. That voice had always soothed him. It was like a gentle lyre, like a nightingale singing. It was so gentle, so melodious, so long. I wanted to drown in it. Giles pulled himself away from the wall and looked at his beloved again. I love you too, sweetheart, he said. I promise that our daughter will have the best life possible. But promise me that you will not go to the other world. Don't leave me, please. A tear rolled down his face. It was very rare to see this strong man in such a mood. It was obvious that he was terribly worried with every fiber of his being. Giles had loved Emily like hell. Such bright people shouldn't leave so soon. I can't promise you anything, Giles, the woman said sadly. But I want you to know this. My love for you is boundless. I don't know what I dreamt tonight. My death is a bad omen. I have a bad feeling about it. So I thought I'd give you a warning. If I'm gone, give our little girl this. Emily ripped off her pendant and handed it to her husband. Emily. No, he said in shock, pushing the pendant away from her. You will give it to our daughter yourself? Do you understand? Emily returned the pendant to her chest. Giles looked sympathetically into her eyes again. There was something unsettling in his gaze, as if he were trying to avoid the storm that was clearly coming. He kissed her forehead and returned obediently to his chair, for Emily was very tired and closed her eyes immediately after the kiss. But her sleep didn't last long. It was 0400 when Giles woke up from his own disturbing dreams and heard Emily's screams. It sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell. He opened his eyelids and was immediately confronted by a nurse who was shouting something to him, but he couldn't understand a word. The girl threw a robe of some kind over Giles. Wait a minute. Why do I need a robe? Giles was indignant. He caught a glimpse of his wife being carried away on a stretcher. She was writhing in pain. She was being held by the hands of several doctors. You're not having the baby with your wife. It's written in our contract that it's a joint labor. The nurse uttered in a panic while frantically looking at the paperwork. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I got confused. You're... Oh my God, Giles couldn't stand it. Where's my wife? What's wrong with her? The nurse looked at him apprehensively. She was much shorter than he was, and it seemed as if she was now being threatened by the patient himself, looming over her like a boulder. She clasped her hands to her chest as if she thought someone was dragging them, or the fierce force emanating from Giles would toss them aside. Dear, calm down, she began in a soft voice, just as she had been taught. You need to stay here or proceed to the waiting room. Take me to the damn lounge, the man stretched out unhappily, rubbing his right temple. He had had a terrible headache since waking up. He waited in the waiting room of the maternity ward for several more hours. No one said anything. Everyone fidgeted, bringing in some documents, diapers, and machines. He was not even allowed to see his wife, who had passed away, citing the possible spread of an unidentified infection. Now he will see her only when he will say goodbye to her near the coffin. A young boy stopped in the corridor and studied the documents, underlining them with a pen. Giles, already completely out of hope, decided to try his luck. Doctor, he called out to the young man. He didn't even blink an eye. But are there so many doctors here, in this deserted, cold corridor? Dr. Giles called out again. After the second shout, the young man turned around. It was only then that the always poised Giles allowed himself to stand up and walk over to him to ask his question. "Doctor, can you tell me how my daughter is doing? You were present at the birth, I saw you. Surely you know the whole situation." The young doctor looked at Giles sympathetically. There was no note of calm in the young man's eyes. He was agitated, very agitated. "I mumbled the boy. I'm just an intern. I'm not allowed to." But then his incoherent speech was interrupted by the knocking of the luxurious doors opening. A lush, pretty woman stepped into the light. She looked to be at least 45. She had bright red hair, and her robe fit her strong, fit and healthy body. Giles felt a certain insignificance to his existence when he saw her. Now that's a real American woman. That's what it's all about. "Are you the father?" she said indifferently. Then she went back to her paperwork. Giles felt some hope and immediately responded with an affirmative nod. "Come on in," she said without raising her eyes to him. Giles marveled at the fact that she could walk while looking at her papers and never once bump into anything. Suddenly this doctor did raise her voice, and it sounded far from soothing. Your daughter is in critical condition right now. We are fighting for her life. I'll tell you right away, the chances are slim, but they are there. Hang in there." Giles went into a trance. After he said those words, the image of Emily immediately came into his mind. He imagined the pain she had suffered in childbirth. Had it all been for nothing? Had she given her life to a man who would soon be dead too? Giles could already feel the incoming tears, but the sight of this woman gave him some confidence again. "Giles, I understand how you feel right now. But I want to assure you we will do everything we can. I've had enough cases like this in my lifetime, and many of them have ended very happily." "What about my daughter?" Giles shouted and stopped in the middle of the hallway. The woman looked at him with eyes full of regret. When are they going to stop looking at him like that? He was really annoyed that everyone here felt nothing but pity for him. He's a strong man and can handle all the difficulties. "Your daughter had a very difficult birth. She had a birth trauma. Your wife passed away prematurely because of the difficult labor. Her heart couldn't take the strain. In addition, tests revealed a long-standing infection that had not previously manifested itself. If your child survives, he will be permanently disabled, unable to move around on his own. Do you understand?" Those last words came out of the blue. They were imprinted in his mind for a long time. The worst thing for parents is to hear that their child will be a non-walking invalid, a lifetime confinement in a chair. She will always need outside help. When he dies, she will be institutionalized or, at best, hire a nanny, a caregiver. Or maybe she will be able to afford to hire one herself. Yes, she will be disabled, but only her body will be physically dysfunctional. But her mind, her intellect. The main thing is that the intellect will remain intact. She will be able to learn and achieve everything in her chosen field of endeavor. These thoughts came one after another in a steady stream, until the midwife's words came to him again. "We need a week for her body to fully recover. During that time, she will be in intensive care in a special box. You can stay here, but I would advise you to go home and please hope for the best. It's no exaggeration to say we have the best doctors you'll find in this city. And we will do everything we can to keep your baby alive." With these words, she turned around and, without waiting for an answer, as if vaporized in the darkness of the long corridor. Apparently, while he wasn't looking, she'd gone into some kind of office closed by impenetrable doors with electronic locks. Giles had no choice but to go home. There was definitely nothing for him to do at the hospital. Now there was a funeral, a wake, paperwork to deal with. So much fuss. But Giles had grown to trust this confident, red-haired woman. She seemed to know her business. Giles frantically packed his things as if preparing to flee. No, he didn't need to run and hide from anyone. It was just that Emily's scent permeated this room. Her bed hadn't been made yet. The book she loved so much now lay on the nightstand, waiting to be read. On top of that book, Giles noticed some kind of a roll-up. He stepped closer and unwrapped the linen handkerchief. Inside was the very pendant his wife had tried to give him the day before. Giles had once given it to Emily as a token of his undying love. It was a gold fish with emerald eyes on a gold chain. The jewelry was custom-made. He gave it to his spouse on their first anniversary. Of course, then he gave many other, much more expensive and prestigious gifts. But for some reason, Emily cherished this particular pendant as the apple of her eye. She always said that this pendant was very special. It brought good luck. Giles's mind automatically replayed his late wife's voice. He clutched the pendant as tightly as he could to his chest and let himself shed a manly tear. "Luck is not on our side today," he whispered through his tears. Arriving home with suitcases full of his deceased wife's belongings, the first thing Giles did was to organize everything in the closets. The items were all soaked with her scent. He felt like a drug addict, a maniac who sniffed clothes in an attempt to get pleasure. But he had nothing else, nothing left of her. That smell was the only reminder of his departed love. He sat at her closet for a long time, scrutinizing every piece. How he missed that warmth. Emily had been his fire, the light that illuminated even the darkest days. He remembered her happy, always cheerful smile. That smile would forever remain in his memory. It's very rare to find someone so much like you. A soulmate you can trust with all the secrets of your soul. Giles had found one, but he'd quickly lost him. They'd dreamed of having a happy family, a home filled with children's laughter and little feet treading the floor. Now Giles was more broken than ever. He needed the help and support of love. His Emily used to give him all of that, but now he had no one else to turn to. There are too many jealous people around. If they want to help in any way, then they've already seen the benefit of being orphaned. Giles lay in his and Emily's bedroom for a long time. He remembered an ordinary morning, of which there were hundreds. Emily is alive and well, running around the room, getting ready to go somewhere, shouting and jokingly cursing at her husband because she has nothing to wear. Then she realizes that there's very little time left and runs to the dressing table to put on her makeup. Giles looks on with a genuine smile and can't believe his happiness. How lucky he is she has been replacing everyone for him, his friend, his lover, and even his co-workers. How many times she gave him very sound advice that really helped him in business. Why? Why do such people leave us so early? There was no answer to that question. It was time to get out of bed. Too much he had laid here today. The first thing Giles did was go to the study, and on the way he saw the nursery door slightly open. He carefully pulled the door open and looked around the room. He and Emily had been working on this nursery for months. The harmonious colors, the stroller, the bassinet, the toys. Now everything would have to be replaced with slightly different things. They needed to create a comfortable space for a girl who wouldn't have walking legs. Giles still hoped in his heart that this was all a mistake, that his daughter would get better and be as healthy as the other children. But soon all his hopes came crashing down at once. A couple of days later he received a call from the hospital and was informed that the child had been saved. However, as warned, her lower limbs had atrophied. Giles wasn't allowed to pick up the girl until the following Monday. He would have to live alone for another week, though a part of him was glad of that. He would settle all matters concerning his wife and the child's equipment, and then he would be able to deal only with his daughter. As soon as he learned about the diagnosis, he immediately called several doctors from Germany, Japan, and Switzerland. 2 of them agreed to help. Of course, all these surgeries cost an awful lot of money, but that was certainly not a problem for Giles. He owned a lot of capital, partnered with many successful companies. His tiny would have a nice inheritance. He just really didn't want the press to know about his daughter's illness. All matters that concerned the child were done completely privately. Soon a special custom-made chair, massage table, and orthopedic bed were made for him for the future when the girl comes out of infancy. He consulted with doctors for a long time. They prescribed various drugs and injections that could alleviate the child's condition. There have been cases when a child with complete limb atrophy suddenly improved, learned to walk and do something on his own, said the red-haired midwife. The important thing is to treat the problem as early as possible. Of course, Giles hadn't forgotten about his dead wife. While he was dealing with the health of the newborn, he was also dealing with the funeral. According to Christian custom, burial was to take place on the 3rd day after death. Giles had always adhered to such rules, so he did everything as it should be done. On September 3rd, the coffin with Emily's body was brought to the cemetery. There were not many people present: Emily's friends, Giles' friends, and of course close relatives. But everyone numbered no more than 20. Everyone was crying and offering their sincere condolences, though Giles knew very well that for most they weren't sincere. These friends were jealous of Emily. It was just good for them to be friends with her. All of this blatant hypocrisy on their part had taken a terrible toll on Giles. To think that some of those horrible women had even tried to flirt with him in the cemetery, at his beloved wife's funeral. What was the world coming to? As soon as he threw a handful of earth into the fresh grave and the coffin was buried, he immediately left that horrible place where his darling Emily remained forever. Very quickly, the cherished week passed, and it was finally possible to pick up his daughter from the clinic. Giles was very anxious that day. He had taken several sedative pills, but the anxiety was not going anywhere. He was afraid he wouldn't make it. Any mistake seemed fatal. Still, he gathered his will into a fist and got into the car. The weather was unusually rainy, and it was pouring like a bucket. It was not uncommon in early September, of course, but Giles saw the warning signs in everything. Even the weather is mocking me, he thought to himself. The roads were almost deserted. The early yellowing trees tossed their dying leaves to the wind. The strong north wind shook the wires and flipped the birds that met them on the fly. Nature itself seemed to pine for the dead Emily with him. The driver stopped 100 meters from the hospital. He couldn't get any closer, all the parking spaces were taken. At another time, Giles would have insisted they drive under the barrier. But now, he didn't care now. Past the photographer standing at the ready and a cheery man with an armful of flowers, Giles lowered his head and made his way into the pathology department, probably meeting a happy wife and child. He thought with intense envy. And he has what? What did all the money, all the connections, everything he owned help him? We are utterly defenseless against death. We all swarm like ants, running back and forth frantically in an attempt to possess some amount of earthly goods. And what's the bottom line? We don't take with us even a fraction of what we own in life when we go back to where we came from. Could it all be that we are just imagining things? Those intrusive thoughts literally haunted Giles. Overcoming the nausea that came over him at the sight of the familiar hospital doors, he swung them open with force, walked past the security post, nodded to the machine gun, took the elevator to the correct ward. The same red-haired midwife was walking toward him, holding an infant. In addition to wrapping him in a cocoon of diapers, she gently, smilingly held out this little treasure to Giles. It startled him at first, and he even looked away for a moment. But then, realizing that it was his own child and his, no one else's responsibility in the world, he took the tiny, defenseless creature in his arms. What was his surprise when he saw a perfectly healthy-looking little thing? There was nothing to suggest that this child was handicapped from birth. The tiny girl was awake. She looked directly at her father and even tried to smile at him. At least it seemed that way to him. God, how beautiful she was. "Excuse me, but what makes you think she's an invalid?" Giles asked the doctor in bewilderment. "She seems healthy now. But her arms and legs don't function," the doctor explained. "And even her arms," Giles was horrified. "But you were only talking about atrophy of the lower limbs." "Unfortunately, not everything is at the mercy of medicine," the doctor shook her head sadly. "You can certainly sue our clinic, but I assure you we did the best we could." Giles, stunned, fell silent. This was certainly not a development he had been prepared for. "Let's go into the office. You should be getting your discharge papers." The voice sounded like a dream. Arms and legs. Oh my God, why did he have to do this? Why would she do that? I mean, she just came into this world. But she smiles better than any baby, Giles murmured, with some inner protest and tenderness at the same time. Perhaps such children are often more intelligent than others. "Take care of her, Daddy." The woman smiled and walked away, leaving Giles alone with his child, a child who would fundamentally change his life. But he certainly wouldn't give up. "Well, little Eve, let's get acquainted. I'm your daddy," he told his daughter. "Come with you to the car." As quickly as possible, he walked out of that scary place. Giles had not chosen that name for his daughter by chance, as he cradled the baby gently in his arms. He and his wife had discussed it at length. They always had arguments. Giles wanted an ordinary American name, unremarkable. He reasoned that they were already getting a lot of media attention because of his wealth and position. Emily, on the other hand, had a penchant for some mythological, ancient, and rare names. This name she had chosen was that of Eve, the progenitor of mankind. In her opinion, it was very airy and elegant. Her husband had always spoken out strongly against it, agreeing to Jennifer at most. But when Emily had passed away, Giles had decided that it was necessary to name the girl what her mother wanted. It was his moral obligation. Somehow he had to thank his wife for all her hard work. She'd given her life for this little man, and now Giles would give his for Eve. The first thing they did was go to Germany. Little Eve was about to undergo a major operation on her leg. The doctor promised that after the operation, Eva's legs would be stronger and she would be able to walk. The little girl stayed in the hospital for a month. Giles, staying in a hotel nearby, often woke up in a cold sweat. He thought he could hear her screaming in the night, but he reassured himself that it was for her own good. She was suffering now, but she would thank him later. But all his efforts were in vain. A month later, she still couldn't move a finger, let alone walk. And Giles had paid so much money for the treatment, and all for nothing. Of course, he was reimbursed half of the cost, but the main thing was that he didn't get his time back, wasted time. The doctors at the maternity hospital had warned him to act quickly, because this little body was growing every day and every day could be crucial. It pained Giles to no end that he had let his little girl down like that. As an adult, she would no longer remember this suffering. However, some psychological trauma would stay with her forever. This torment was indeed comparable to torture. But what brought him the most moral torment was the fact that it had proved futile. Giles was already doubting whether to go to Japan if he had not been helped here in Germany by some of the best doctors in the world. His hope for a favorable coincidence in Japan was fading by the second. He was flying his private jet home to New York. Next to him, in a portable cradle, slept his favorite daughter, and opposite sat his driver and part-time security guard, and a very good friend. Over the many years they had worked together, they had grown quite close, had been through a lot together. So much would be enough for a dozen lives. What's on the boss's mind? Garrett spoke up. He had a very low voice. He always spoke in a bass voice, which put a lot of people off. But that was the quality Giles had recognized in Garrett when he first saw him. It was a guard's job to scare away the undesirables, and then to protect and fight. There's no point in going to Japan, Giles said thoughtfully, looking out the airplane window. There was hardly anything to see out of the airplane. It was night, and the clouds were thickening. There were no colorful pictures to be seen. Giles wasn't interested. He was only looking out there to avoid looking at his child, who he wanted so badly to help. But he was powerless. Why? Garrett asked. Giles turned away from the window and looked at his guard. He looked interested. He clearly wanted to help. Indeed, sometimes he did. The man's advice was always excellent. When Giles had asked Garrett jokingly where best to take Emily on a first date, Garrett had immediately offered his idea. And no, it wasn't a run-of-the-mill restaurant. That night they went up to the roof of the tallest high-rise in the Arab Emirates and watched the starry sky. Memories of that distant date filled Giles' mind. "But can I open my eyes now?" Emily asked insistently. The tight bandage made it impossible to see through the fabric, and she stumbled down the steps as he led her up the stairs. "Now open it," he authorized, stepping back a step. Emily had a stunning view of the city at night. There were so many lights. There was a makeshift loft-style table right on the roof. There was a plate of selected fruits, seafood, and 2 glasses of wine. And next to it was a crystal bucket with a fogged bottle. Giles, it's so beautiful," Emily said, mesmerized. He handed her a glass of wine and smiled. She accepted it gratefully and stepped closer to the edge, safely protected by the parapet. The view was breathtaking. There were at least 70 stories below them. It was as if they were looking at the world through God's eyes. "I knew you'd like it." "Have some wine," Giles said, looking directly into her eyes. It was impossible to look away from that smile, from that delighted face. The surprise had really worked. "Now look up," he suggested. His chosen one immediately raised her head. Her eyes reflected the entire visible cosmos at that moment. "Sometimes it seems like the world is made up of 1,000 stars," Giles said. "Those lights reflecting light are the stars, and our world is an arc among them." They looked out into the endless sky for a long time. This is where they kissed for the first time after the most magical evening of her life. "I thought you were just like the other rich guys, taking girls to restaurants to get them into bed quickly, and then dumping them when they're not needed. But a date on the roof of a skyscraper? I'd never done that before." "I'm glad I could please you," Emily said. Honey Giles leaned over and kissed her tenderly. Garrett's voice suddenly snapped him out of those happy memories. So why is it pointless to go to Japan? It was as if Giles had woken up from the most marvelous dream. Reality unsettled him. How he wished he could stay in this unforgettable evening forever. And now he had to decide alone how best to help their daughter. Oh, if only Emily were here. I don't think they can help us there, he said aloud. Japan is a developed country, no doubt. But Germany is no different in its medical professionalism. But it's better to do everything possible than to do nothing and regret it all your life. Let him fail, but at least he will try. Or did they have other options to help this baby? Giles thought for a moment, then answered. You know, you very often give good food for thought. But I don't intend to think now. I must act. There was a moment's silence, and then Giles broke it again. We're going to Japan, he said firmly. It was a small country with an amazing climate, beautiful mountains of cherry blossoms, and clear, fragrant air. Giles would have enjoyed traveling through this enchanting land had he not come here alone, widowed and lonely, determined to cure his only daughter. A doctor examined little Eva on the first day. This private hospital offered to do the impossible to heal hands that were completely devoid of movement. But even here, Giles already suspected something was wrong. In Germany, he had been promised the same thing, the same miracle. But it had all turned out to be nothing more than a beautiful advertising cover and wasted time. There was no risk. Eva was just coming out of a leg operation that had not brought any results. And now, if this operation was unsuccessful, the girl's health would deteriorate significantly. After all, she was still a baby. This little girl was only 2 months old, and she had already experienced something that few adults can endure. These children's health is always fragile, and any surgical intervention could be fatal. But Giles decided to take the risk. Until the last moment, he believed that something might work in the end. These weren't some shamans promising to cure you with incantations and rituals. These were highly qualified doctors, the best of the best. Japan's medicine is widely regarded as one of the most advanced in the entire world. Giles and his daughter were put in a private room. It was very cozily furnished, all decorated in a modern style and at the same time with a touch of national culture. Large panoramic windows, a soft carpet, a rest area with a sofa, a coffee table and tatami. There was a large flat-screen TV and even a mini-bar, but Giles found it inappropriate. How could he have fun, drink alcohol and watch TV while his poor little daughter was undergoing a complicated operation? After the operation in Germany, Eva began to sleep more often. Doctors explained it by the fact that she suffered terrible stress. And of course it affected her body and her sleep schedule. The baby often cried. Her father tried to calm her down by cradling her for hours, but she would not calm down. Mommy would probably know how to calm you down, Giles said sadly, rocking the baby in his arms. She'd been cranky half the night and seemed exhausted. She was taken away in the morning. Giles prayed to God, something he'd never done before. He kissed Emily's pendant, which was always with him, and stared out the window for long periods of time. At about 3 p.m., the door opened, and a girl was wheeled into the room on a small gurney. As Giles expected, his daughter was unconscious. The paramedics entered, said something in their own language, made calming gestures, and left. They were followed by the doctor who had performed the operation, a tired-looking Japanese man who spoke good international English. "We're doing well," he said to Giles. "I understand you're anxious as a father." He smiled and folded his hands in front of him, even bowing slightly in deference. "The operation was a success. Your daughter is still sleeping, but she will wake up very soon. There will be a doctor on duty in the room 24 hours a day. This is necessary to monitor the condition of our little patient." The exhausted father hurried to take a quick look at his treasure. Her arms were framed by 2 plastic bracelets, in which some tubes were inserted at special places. The young doctor who remained in the room smiled cordially at Giles and kept filling out paperwork. The minutes dragged on for what seemed like an eternity. Giles asked the coordinator how long he had to wait, and when he got an answer, he decided that he could visit the head doctor before Eve woke up. "Come in," said a steady voice as there was a knock on the door. Giles stepped into the huge, luxurious office. He He was immediately confronted by the head doctor himself at his desk. At the back was a full-height painting of the main symbol of Japan, the sakura tree. It was hard not to recognize that this painting did have some sort of calming effect. "It's about my daughter Amber," Giles said from the doorway. The doctor looked at the man carefully, then pointed to a low chair. He sat down. The doctor flipped through his many papers and then looked at Giles. "Your daughter?" "She had surgery today," he said calmly. He really did have a lot of clients, and it was impossible to remember them all. That was why Giles was receptive to a start like this. Amber Johnson, the head of the clinic, said again. Giles nodded affirmatively. "Well, she had a successful operation. She should be under observation for 3 days. After a full examination of the results, we'll decide what to do next." "What are the chances of success?" "Chances?" the doctor asked in bewilderment. "I mean, are you sure that you can help my daughter? That her hands will be able to function?" "Listen," the doctor began seriously and even got up from his desk. He walked around his workstation and sat across from the man in another chair, spreading his legs and crossing his arms. "No surgery can give a complete guarantee that the problem will completely disappear. Pardon the comparison. But even the disinfectant packaging says it only kills 99% of bacteria. It doesn't kill 100. You know what I'm saying? We can't make any exact guarantees. People are always unsure about things. But it's not our fault. It's the way the world works. It's the way the world works. It's the Creator's fault, if you will. He created a world where there are many assumptions and errors, where it is completely randomly determined who will die today and who will live. I just want to assure you that my experience is very long, and my practice helps a lot of people. But if there is no return from you, what return are you talking about? More money, you can have it today. Just help me." Giles begged. "Hear me." The doctor couldn't take it anymore. "I don't want your money. If life were free, I'd perform these surgeries for free. My goal is to help people, not to get more money in my wallet." "Does your daughter need support?" "She may be small, but she's not just small, she's only a couple months old," Giles interrupted. "She may be small," the doctor persisted, "but that's the age at which children feel everything emotionally, take in information from their surroundings, from sounds, from surroundings, from people around them. That is why I want her to feel your presence. She should realize that you are near. After all, it is not only physical factors that influence our condition. Emotions also help us to live." "Is this where you are right now?" "What do you mean?" Giles didn't understand. "In your office, of course. But you should be at your little girl's bedside, supporting her, being there for her, you know." "I understand," Dr. Giles summed up, thanked the doctor dryly, and left the office. It was as if his world had just been turned upside down. No, it wasn't. He just hadn't expected to be given such a lecture. At first he was skeptical of this advice. But the subsequent events completely confirmed the doctor's words. A few hours after that conversation, Giles was sitting in the room next to Amber's crib, drinking coffee and absent-mindedly reading his book. Suddenly a tune came into his head, and he began to hum it. Suddenly he heard a sound that sounded like a contented laugh. It was Amber waking up, which seemed strange to him, since she had been crying since the surgery. It was understandable the girl was not even strong yet, and she had already been taken to different doctors, interfering with her tiny body, cutting and picking with surgical instruments. Many adults would have fallen into a prolonged depression at that. So Giles cautiously put the book aside and peered into the glass-rimmed crib. His daughter was lying on the headboard, head turned toward him, dragging her thumbs, smiling. "What cheered you up so much?" affectionately asked her father. "Maybe your yellow bee? Yes, do you like it?" He lightly touched the toy hanging over the crib. It wobbled and made a low, melodious tinkling sound, but the girl didn't even turn her head in its direction. "What cheered you up?" "Amber." Her father naively asked her again, this time in English, and showed her the other toys. Amber didn't answer her father, of course, but the faint smile was gone from her face. Giles was very upset by this fact. He had just seen his daughter's first conscious smile and even something that looked like laughter. And now there was an indifferent expression on her face again. Giles came the voice of the doctor on duty to the resident. At this time he was tactfully in another part of the large room. so as not to interfere with the communication between father and child. "Did you want something?" Giles answered him politely. "Yes, if I may." The doctor stepped closer. Your daughter was amused by a song." "A song?" the father questioned incredulously. Yes, the resident nodded, a happy smile playing on his face. "Children really like to have songs sung to them." "Sing her another one." Giles shrugged his own shoulders. He had heard the tune quite unknowingly. It seemed that the first time he had heard it with Emily was when they were walking in a big, beautiful park on some romantic date. And then Emily again. The man tried to chase away his thoughts of her, but every little thing reminded him of her eyes, her lips, her hair. To say the least, little Amber looked an awful lot like her mother. Especially her big eyes, but she looked just like Emily. Giles sat back in his chair and hummed that simple tune again. Suddenly he heard a sound like muffled laughter again. He fell silent and listened, fearing that it was all just in his head. No, it was really happening. Little Amber was actually smiling quite contentedly and trying to laugh. Again, it was unclear what it was about. Giles moved closer to his daughter and watched her closely. He hummed the song to her once more and smiled, and he tickled her tummy with his finger. Amber broke out into a happy, toothless smile again and let out her agoo, 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 agoo laugh. "How do you like that song?" Giles asked her gently. The girl, as if understanding him, smiled again. It was then that the true meaning of his recent conversation with the doctor in charge of the clinic came to him. This is what he meant when he said to support the child emotionally. Little children really do feel everything. That was a real revelation to Giles. In the days that followed, all sorts of things happened. It was painful and difficult, but that was the way the attentive father soothed his tiny daughter every time. When she began to cry, Giles would play the music on his phone and often hum it himself, soothing and lulling her to sleep. Then she would fall asleep very quickly. Who knew, Giles thought, that a child could be soothed by the favorite song of its departed mother. On the third day, an entourage of doctors came to the room, headed by an emotional contact advocate Giles already knew. It was time to check on Amber's condition. A host of doctors surrounded the girl's crib, and the father was asked to stand aside. For minutes that seemed like an eternity to Giles, they stayed with Amber, talking among themselves, writing in their notebooks, poking at the tablets they'd brought, and then they were all out the door. Before Giles knew it, the room was completely empty, and he was once again in the dark about his daughter, about her hands, about what to do next. He felt his own hands treacherously trembling. But after a couple minutes, the head doctor entered the room again. He was holding a clipboard and kept writing something down, walking towards Giles. So he began seriously, adjusting his glasses and looking at the notes. "With our little hands, everything is as it should be." More accurately, of course, it could be better, but in a way, Giles said indignantly. "I mean, it's a baby for her hands." "That's fine," the doctor replied calmly. They did respond with the necessary reaction. Now, there are a few more important procedures that need to be done. "What kind?" "We will apply a weak electric current of a certain frequency, and we will also apply some of the know-how of our clinic. You'll see for yourself. I vouch it's safe, but you'll have to stay here for another month." "A month?" Giles shrieked. He certainly hadn't expected such a long gap. He just wasted that month last time. "Hush, hush. You're scaring your child," the doctor soothed. "Why react like that?" "Time, doctor. I have very little of it, and if nothing succeeds and everything fails, I have until 6 months to do everything I can for her. I assure you that everything will be all right. The result is already there, and you can see for yourself." With those words, the surgeon walked over to the crib where Amber slept and beckoned Giles over to him. The man approached, looking at the doctor incredulously, but in the meantime he took the girl's tiny hand and forcefully pulled on her middle finger, for which he received a very negative reaction from her father. "What are you doing?" he whispered, but the surgeon wasn't listening. He ahed and gestured for Giles to observe. Suddenly the girl's hand trembled faintly and squeezed the doctor's finger. Giles was amazed. Had he really chosen the right clinic? And it hadn't all been for nothing? "Try it yourself," the doctor suggested. Giles carefully lowered his hand and placed his finger in the girl's palm. He quietly tugged on her middle finger and actually felt the response. Amber was able to do it again. "Oh my God, it's working. It's working, doctor. Please heal her feet too with the same technique." "I'll pay any money," Giles exclaimed, shaking the doctor's hands forcefully. But after that, the surgeon's face darkened. He shook his head from side to side. "I'm afraid it's impossible," he declared decisively. "Arms and legs are arranged quite differently. And there is no technology yet that can make them mobile with this diagnosis. Even if we amputate them and put artificial ones, they won't work simply because the brain doesn't receive information about the existence of this organ." That's a better explanation. "So it's the same as if you wanted to see with your finger. You can't do that, they've completely atrophied." "But you've helped your hands. The hands are different. They weren't completely disconnected from the nervous system." "I'm a neurosurgeon, Mr. Giles. I'm a highly experienced surgeon myself, and I know what I'm talking about. We've done a lot of research on this subject. If there's the slightest chance of recovery, I do everything I can, and as you can see, I'm good at it." "So Amber will never walk again," Giles said, staring into the void in despair. It was as if his mind was in another dimension. He was trying to find the answer to why this had happened to his child. After all, he could afford everything with his money. He couldn't accept the diagnosis. Then he felt a warm hand on his shoulder. "I know it's hard for you to accept, but you can live a full life with this illness. Will you give her a good education? She'll be able to do things with her hands. Life is not all about walking, believe me." The next few days went by much like the last. Amber was recovering from surgery, but now she had real needles inserted into her arms every day. Medical needles, of course. They were very thin and long. As the doctor explained, it didn't hurt at all. The girl felt nothing. They were so thin that they had the sole function of pressing certain points in the nerve endings. It was a common practice in Japan. Indeed, it has been scientifically proven that there are certain points in the human body, acting on which it is possible to cure such an ailment. The procedure lasted for months. At the end of this therapy, the result was obvious. Amber could move her arm completely. She picked up toys, squeezed balls, did various exercises, and by the end of the course, her hands were fully functional. My father cried with happiness. He took an active part to achieve such a result, sat with her all day long, did special exercises, sang her songs, read books, fed her from a bottle, and said 100 times a day that she was the most favorite and the best girl in the world. So it was not only the doctor's merit. After a month, they were finally able to fly home to New York. Giles now devoted his life to his daughter. He had entrusted most of his business responsibilities to a trusted assistant. Now, almost all of his time belonged to Amber. Of course, there were times when business required his personal presence. It was only on those occasions that Giles invited a caregiver. It was quite rare. The man really spent a huge amount of time with his daughter, stayed up nights, got up at every rustle, read a lot of books on how to take care of an infant. He took walks with his treasure every day and occasionally even went out on the town to let the baby socialize. Sometimes single moms would pester him. "Oh, what a cute little girl you have," exclaimed a mother, also walking with a stroller. "Yes, she looks just like her mom," replied Giles proudly. "Where's your mommy, sweetie?" Amber's mom peeked in the stroller. Her mother passed away, Giles answered firmly, and drove away from the annoying mom. Women like that had a light bulb in their eyes that turned on with joy. Whether it was because of the latest iPhone in their young father's hands, his expensive watch and clothes, or because they were desperate to find a life partner. But Giles never gave in to such provocations. He and Amber had been stalked by one such restless lady. "Oh, I'm sorry, I just kicked you out again out of the blue." "Get out slowly," said the woman they'd parted with on a rather dry note. Giles had gone in the opposite direction about 15 minutes ago, but she was here again. "You're in a hurry," Giles replied with a chuckle, quickening his pace. But the woman stuck to him like gum. "We walk a lot," she counted happily. "The baby needs to be out in the fresh air more." "Oh, what's this?" "I haven't even introduced myself. Martha, do I know you?" The woman held out her hand. Giles didn't even look at her, just murmured, "That's a beautiful name." The mother obviously didn't take the hint and kept on prying. "What's your name?" "I'm on my way to lunch." "Have a nice day," the man said sarcastically. When he reached his car, where his driver was standing, he took the child in his arms and sat in the passenger seat, watching Martha's hurt look. She even poked him with obvious resentment. Time passed mercilessly, erasing the features of his late wife from Giles's memory. One day, when he woke up, he was horrified to find that he barely remembered her voice. Amber grew and developed like any normal child. The only difference was that she couldn't walk. Each of her little accomplishments was a celebration for her loving father. One evening he sat by her crib and read her a book about Sleeping Beauty. "Daddy, look, I'm a real princess too," Amber suddenly exclaimed. She had put lace pillowcases on her head and was very excited. Giles jumped with surprise. He looked at his little girl, laughing and waving her arms. He took her in his arms and kissed her forehead as tenderly as he had kissed his late wife the last time they had met. It was the 5th year. The girl had long since grown out of the cradle, and now she had her own mini bed with all the comforts. Orthopedic mattress, comfortable pillow, sides everything to make his daughter feel comfortable. Every day a special masseur made her leg gymnastics bend, flex, extend. Doctors said that this was necessary so that there were no problems with muscles, lungs, skin, and with the whole body as a whole. Sometimes the girl would get cranky and wouldn't let it be done. Then Giles would motivate her with play. One had to imagine that she was an astronaut, and they always needed to exercise to feel good. That was the way to get her to obey. The girl immediately became more submissive and calm. Her development was beyond her years. Giles decided not to put her in a kindergarten for children with disabilities and raised her on his own, teaching her at home. The best visiting teachers coped with their task brilliantly. By the age of 6, she was already reading fluently, knew almost the entire multiplication table in elementary English. But most of all, the girl liked literature. Amber loved fairy tales. Every time she read a book, she was amazed that letters could form such beautiful words. Her illness did not interfere with their daily life. Amber didn't grow up a recluse. Her father often took her to development centers on holidays, for walks, to theaters, concerts, and exhibitions. Several times a year they went on vacation and improved their health at various resorts. All of her father's huge money was at her service. By the age of 7, Amber was very developed intellectually. A large part of her world was made up of books. Here, in this magical world, anything was possible, and she didn't need real legs. Sometimes little children would run up to her on the street and ask her what kind of car she was sitting on. Her customized wheelchair really did look like a mini spaceship. The children asked to ride in it, but the girl explained to them that it was her personal throne for Princess Amber only. She was not offended in the least by such attention from passersby. She was well aware that she was not like ordinary children, but thanks to her father's efforts, she always considered it her highlight. Unfortunately, such gentle comments from children about her physical condition were short-lived. When Amber turned 7, the issue of school became acute. Secondary education, after all, had to be obtained, and after it in profile and higher education. At first, her father offered her homeschooling, then in a specialized school for children with disabilities, like herself, and got a real scandal from his favorite daughter. "I want to study in a regular school," she said. "Daddy, I don't want to feel inferior. Put me in a regular school." "Well," thought the father, "I guess you're right. There'll be no separation between regular people and handicapped people. Honey, you'll have to compete with all kinds of people, and most of them will have more physical abilities than you. It doesn't make you worse at all, but they will always have that advantage. It's a cruel world, Amber. It's best for you if you realize that as early as possible." September 1st came. Before that, Giles had taken Amber shopping for a long time so she could pick out something she liked. In the end, they settled on a simple blue dress with a white apron. The classic look. Giles took Amber to a good hairdresser. She got a beautiful hairdo of long, shiny hair. They hung the backpack on a special hook on her wheelchair, and with great joy Amber went with her father to her first real school. The girl was terribly nervous before the very first day of school. Her hands were sweating and trembling, and in her eyes, despite all the joy, fear lingered. "Hey, honey," her dad called out to her as they rode in the car. "It's going to be okay. I assure you, you're smarter than all the kids in this class. Everyone's going to like you right away. You'll see." "Well, cheer up." The girl looked at him and smiled. but continued to be nervous. Her father put the entire lineup near her, and when the children began to be brought into the school, left. Of course, the class teacher had been warned in advance about the girl's health. Giles went back to the car and waited. He was so tired from this past week. Too many nerves had been spent. The endless choice of clothes, whims, tears, parent-teacher conferences, how could ordinary women bear it all? The exhausted father didn't even notice he'd fallen asleep, stretched out on the seat. It wasn't the melodious sounds that woke Giles, not from birdsong. He was startled awake by the loud slamming of the driver's door, followed by Garrett's loud screams. "Wait, Amber! Amber!" he shouted. Giles whirled out of the cabin and ran to find out what had happened. The first thing he saw was his security driver running across the schoolyard behind Amber's wheelchair. "Garrett, what happened?" Giles shouted. An eerie roar erupted from the chair, which had stopped in the middle of the schoolyard. In fact, Amber was having a horrible tantrum. Barely had she signed in. The driver tried to explain. "Come on." Giles couldn't take it anymore. "I don't understand anything." She pulled up to the car, ordered him to put her in and drive away. She suddenly burst into tears and ran off in the opposite direction. Suddenly she was so hysterical. Alarmed, the father cautiously approached the chair. "Honey, what happened to you?" As sympathetically as possible, he asked. The girl immediately stopped crying and remained silent. Her father was afraid to say another word. This oppressive silence strained him even more than the terrible tears. Pauline would certainly have found the right words, he thought with despair. "Nothing," replied the daughter firmly, sharply. Then the father went around the chair and sat down opposite Amber. That way their faces were side by side. "Honey, I'm your daddy, and I want to help you." Giles began gently. "If you wanted to help me, you wouldn't have put me in that school with those toxic kids." Amber blurted out. "What did they do?" The man began to suspect something wrong. They. Amber couldn't speak. Her words were lost in tears, and she stuttered with emotion. Then Giles walked over to his little girl and hugged her as tightly as he could. "Daddy," the girl cried into her father's sweater. "They're not so bad, Daddy. All people are cruel at times." "Honey, my poor little girl. They said that since I had no legs, I was a robot. They said I wasn't human, Daddy. And then they started taking my chair apart. They were stopped by the teacher, who noticed it when she came into the classroom." "You had a teacher walking away from you," Giles said indignantly. "She said she had to leave right away on business. And them, Dad, they're like animals. I tried to explain to them that you don't have to do that I need a wheelchair, and they said it takes more confirmation to confirm that I'm not a robot, and I need to get up off this thing. I hate them." The last phrase she just shouted. It was a real cry of the soul. Her father calmed her down for a very long time, even when she was already home, and finally able to put her to bed. After closing the door, he headed for his office. On the way, he met Garrett. "I'm going to go see that teacher tomorrow. Have her fired for such irresponsibility," he said menacingly to the guard. The guard nodded understandingly. He felt sorry for Amber himself. It wasn't her fault that the kids were so cruel. The next day, Giles talked to the class teacher. She was very apologetic about her fault and begged him not to write a complaint to the management, arguing that she had a small salary and was barely making ends meet. But the man did not care. His daughter was in a terrible state, but he had spent so long preparing her for school. She was so eager to learn new things, and now all motivation to learn had evaporated. That same day, he wrote a huge complaint to the management. It reached the Ministry of Education. Of course, they took action, given the personality of the complainers, and by evening this teacher was scandalously dismissed. Satisfied with his case, Giles got into his car and drove home to announce the wonderful news to Amber. "Maybe we shouldn't have fired the teacher. What if she can't find a job anymore?" Garrett pronounced, driving the car. "So she shouldn't have left the class when they first started getting to know each other. What doesn't she know about child psychology or something?" "But, by golly," indifferently replied Giles, looking at the phone. "Honey, Daddy's got a surprise for you," the man announced, having just crossed the threshold of the apartment. A wheelchair slowly pulled out of the nursery. The little girl was still very upset about yesterday's situation. She had been sitting in a room all day reading a book. Giles walked over to his daughter and handed her some kind of envelope. "What's this?" perplexed, Amber asked. "Open it, you'll find out." The girl scrutinized the envelope. It was bright yellow in color and had flowers drawn on the edges. She couldn't wait to open it. So once again, With a glance at her father, she resolutely opened it. In it, she found a doubled folded piece of paper. She unfolded it intrigued and read aloud. Dear Amber, we know you're in a very bad mood right now, and our team wants to improve it. We invite you to the delightful Hawaii. Here you can bask in the sunshine, enjoy delicious cocktails, and completely relax at our lake center. She set the sheet aside and looked at Daddy. He was waiting for her reaction. We're going on vacation to Hawaii, Amber exclaimed, already in high spirits. That's right, honey, we are, aren't we? But then the girl immediately stammered and lowered her head. Her mood had soured again. What about school? After all, I have to study. I'm missing the whole first week, it turns out. Honey, you know more than these kids 2 years ahead of you. You can afford to rest. They've done a terrible thing to you. But I expect an answer by tomorrow, Giles said and left for his office, leaving the girl in doubt. But his plan worked wonderfully, and the very next day at breakfast she announced that she had definitely decided to go there. It's going to be quite a trip. I'll be like the characters in my book, she enthused. Giles watched Amber's happy face, and he didn't need anything else. Hawaii greeted them with tropical emptiness, pristine sandy beaches, and unrivaled views of the Arabian Sea. Here stretched a veritable resort paradise. Their suite occupied an entire floor and overlooked a secluded corner of the beach. It was a wonderful addition. I hope you enjoy our company, the maid said, glanced playfully at Giles, and left. As Amber began to look at the beauty of the room, her father praised himself. He wanted to cheer his daughter up so badly that he'd made up a company that was giving away a trip to Hawaii. Giles knew she had always dreamed of going here. She'd read tons of books about this place. Daddy, it's like I'm the heroine of a book. I want to go to the beach already, please, Amber exclaimed. Honey, we'll go tomorrow. Today you need to rest after your flight, and tonight you'll get a massage, intriguingly declared the father. A massage. Amber was upset, pouted her lips, as if I didn't have enough of that at home. Bunny, it's an authentic Hawaiian massage. It's done according to ancient techniques. It's such an ancient teaching. Our hotel has the largest wellness center in all of Hawaii. I know what a massage is, said Amber, a well-read girl of no age. Yeah, it's all here for you. But first we need to rest. And that was that. The next day, Amber finally made it to the Arabian Sea beach. It was her blue dream. She'd never seen this sea before, and this golden sand that she lowered her feet into, not feeling its warmth, but with her hands she could feel all its softness. She sat under an umbrella and read a new book. Her father had gone for a little swim in the pleasant seawater, leaving the girl in the care of the faithful Garrett. He was dozing on his chaise long after his third cocktail, and not just lemonade. Some rustling was heard from behind. The girl turned around. A very unkempt, bearded old man was staring at her. He was squatting down to level with her, just like her daddy used to do when he wanted to have a serious talk with her. Hello, who are you? Amber asked. But the old man didn't answer. He looked at the girl in silence for a long time. After a couple of minutes, she realized that it was some local madman, and she was scared. Traitorous, cold goosebumps crept up her spine. Garrett. Amber took a chance and wanted to shout louder. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand on her head. She didn't have time to think of anything. But there was a terrifying pain in her back, from which the girl screamed terribly. It was comparable to a huge needle, which entered directly into the center of the spine, as if this stranger pressed on some painful point. At her scream, some people from the hotel immediately came running. A sleepy Garrett jumped off his lounger, and her father came rushing in from the water. "What are you doing, you bastard?" Giles shouted at the bearded man. The man remained silent. He seemed to understand only his own language. International English was unknown to him, but despite the commotion and Amber's shouts, the bearded man didn't move an inch away from her. Giles wanted to pounce on him, but he couldn't even move. Then he yelled as hard as he could. "Garrett, why are you standing there like that? What am I paying you for?" But the guard couldn't move a finger. It was very strange, as if they'd all gone into a stupor. Finally, Giles felt like he could move again. He shoved the stranger, and he fell backward, screaming in pain. "Get out. You don't belong here, you pervert," shouted Amber's father in a rage. The man stood up, shaking off the sand. He gave Giles a reproachful look and walked away. Giles immediately ran over to his girl, who was already silent and only flapping her eyes in bewilderment. In front of the fleeing hotel employee was a fidgety, apologizing woman in a hurry. "We apologize. We will not allow anyone else to enter the hotel." Try as you might, Giles said menacingly, glaring at Amber. We came here to get rid of stress, not to add to it. The next morning proved to be magical. Honey, get up. You were supposed to be at the beach early in the morning, Giles began, but he stopped short. A very strange scene was unfolding before him. Amber was asleep in her bed, but part of her leg was sticking out from under the covers. However, it wasn't even about the leg itself. The girl wiggled her toes in her sleep. The doctors had said that her legs were completely non-viable. Giles was so stunned that he almost fainted. Amber. Amber. He woke his daughter, shaking her as hard as he could. The girl finally opened her eyes. Well, Dad, can I go to the beach later? I have a headache. Amber. Amber, your legs? Look at them. Only the girl immediately caught the panic in her father's words and looked at her feet. They were just like normal. What's wrong with your feet? Amber replied cleanly. Laying down again, she was about to fall asleep when her father woke her up again. Hey, get up, sleepyhead. I need to know what's wrong with you right away. The girl's face contorted with anger. She didn't wake her father when he had a headache, but now she had to obey. Sit down. Her father sternly ordered her and helped her up. The girl complied with the request. Now, try to wiggle your toes, Giles said. Amber looked at him like he was crazy. Dad, did you fall off a palm tree yesterday? What toes? And then, quite suddenly, her toes started moving again. She herself was shocked at what she felt. Amber tried to move her toes herself, and oh, miracle, it worked. They actually obeyed her. How could that be possible? The girl didn't understand. Where's that tramp? Giles panicked, jumping up and running around the room. You chased him away. Honey, Amber replied, rubbing her eyes. She thought she was dreaming. But it was true. Yesterday, Giles had thought the bearded stranger was some kind of maniac who didn't speak English. Amber's complaints of terrible back pain were attributed to simple fear. There were no signs of violence on her body. But now a murderous and very strange thought occurred to Giles. What if that bearded brat had helped his Amber? If he'd made the miracle happen, they'd have to find the tramp. He was probably wandering somewhere, and Giles could offer him any amount of money he wanted. He'd have enough to last him a lifetime. And he'd have an inheritance. He ran to ask about the tramp to the front desk, to the hotel guests, to anyone he could find, but people just shrugged their shoulders. Finally, one of the servants directed him to the local market. That's where everyone knows. Maybe a fat Hawaiian woman who tended the plants outside their room told him. Encouraged, the father went to the market. There, it was indeed revealed that this wanderlusting wizard is a hermit. He has no home of his own. His home is all of Hawaii. He helps the poor, cures diseases. Basically, everyone honors him. If a saint turns his attention to someone, they're considered lucky to have been favored by the gods. Only now did Giles realize what a terrible mistake he'd made in banishing this miracle worker. Where could he find him now? In a very bad mood, the man returned to the room. Going into his daughter's room, he saw her scrutinizing her toes. They were still moving. It was the truest of miracles for them, something they had thought impossible all their lives. Giles had already resigned himself to his Amber's fate. Turns out there was someone on Earth who could actually help her. The next day he went to town again, trying to find out where this sorcerer who could help him might have gone. But no matter how much money he named, people refused to give his whereabouts. They simply did not know where this mysterious garden Hugh with the long and unkempt beard could be hiding. The vacation had to be extended for another week. Giles didn't want to give up when he was so close to a clue. He put all his connections into the search, but nothing yielded results. One day, however, a note was slipped into his room. The paper was old, yellow and dirty. It was written in scrawled handwriting in broken English. If you do 5 good deeds, your daughter Amber will get well. There was no signature. Giles knew at once that it was a message from the hermit. But what did it mean? 5 good deeds. This is life, not a fairy tale. But Giles saw no other way out. If there was a chance, this was it. He had to fulfill the condition. Of course, the first thing he did was to donate a huge sum to charities and give away even more money to the needy. That was the easiest thing he could do. Next, the man decided to do a noble deed. He paid for a complicated surgery for a girl dying of cancer. He really hoped that this help would not be in vain. However, his daughter Amber gave him one thought. Dad, you should do 5 good deeds. But why are all your ideas just about money? It was a smart and profound thought. Amber was right. You can do good things with more than just money. Then Giles decided to help a charity that helped poor children in Hawaii. Their job was to give free food to the poor. Giles became directly involved. At first, he was very reluctant to participate. He was used to paying for work, not doing it. But Amber encouraged him by reminding him what he was doing it for. It wasn't as hard as he expected. He'd fed a lot of hungry kids all day. Giles himself felt warm after such a deed, and it was the third. The fourth good deed was completely spontaneous. The poor girl who worked at the hotel was carrying a visitor's heavy suitcases up to the third floor. Of course, Giles could not pass it by. There was no self-serving purpose here, just good parenting. Amber watched everything from around the corner. When her father returned to the room, she applauded him. She was really proud of her dad today. His last good deed didn't work out so well. He didn't know what else he could think of to make this old man realize that Giles had accomplished the mission. Discussing the problem with the faithful Garrett, he suggested, "So you fired poor teacher Amber. I think it would be a very kind thing to reinstate her." Giles didn't immediately accept the suggestion, but on reflection he realized that Garrett was right. The teacher had not been so wronged. He asked his men to look into it, and within a week his request had been honored. The teacher had been reinstated, and then, at Giles's request, the management had paid her compensation for the temporary loss of her job. Of course, that was his doing, too. When the teacher found out, she thanked him for a long time, and he was embarrassed by her calls and messages. That was it. One evening, Amber, sitting in her stroller and looking at the stars out the panoramic window, said to her father, "Daddy, you're doing such a great job. I'm so glad you've corrected your mistakes." "Thank you, honey. I do all of this for you. More importantly, I do it with really sincere motives. I love helping people, but I often forget how important it is, and sometimes I need that reminder. You know, my dear, I even began to feel better, as if my soul has been aching all my life, and now it has calmed down." "That's the sins gone out of you," the girl explained. He. "Maybe so, honey. Maybe so," the man said thoughtfully, looking up into the vast night sky. The next day was very chilly. The weather was not happy at all. There was a storm in Hawaii, and soon it was pouring rain. Amber and Giles decided to spend the day in the room. "It's your turn," his father announced. "Why is the pawn so useless? All you can do is eat it and whimper." Amber is a pawn for sure and useless. Sometimes she is stronger than all the other pieces. For example, at first no one may notice her, but once she sneaks up on the king, that's when everyone gets scared. So I can win with a pawn. Yeah, but don't tell anyone you have big plans for her. Everyone has to think it doesn't matter to you. An hour passed, and finally Amber had the upper hand. "Dad, I won, and I won." Giles made a sad grimace on his face, but the girl realized it was all a joke and laughed loudly. Suddenly they heard the sound of thunder. Giles was frightened for a second, because the sound was so powerful. A second later, a blinding bolt of lightning flashed. But this time it wasn't the flash of light that startled him. It was his daughter's shrill scream. He turned around and saw the tramp with the long beard and the bamboo cane. He had come here unnoticed, as if he had been brought by the Hindu gods themselves. "You have fulfilled your condition," said the hermit in a voice. "Now it's my turn to fulfill mine." Giles was amazed that the man now spoke English, as if it were his native tongue. He was European in appearance, except for his beard, which was terribly scruffy. Otherwise, he was like the rest of the South Asians. Giles couldn't see his features closely, for the light had gone out immediately after the lightning flash, and the room had gone dark. "What is your name?" Giles asked, to which he received only an approving look from the man. The stranger approached Amber and touched her forehead. Giles protested at first, but then reassured himself that the man would do no harm, as he had already seen for himself. "Can you help her?" his father asked after a while. "She's a little girl." "Of course she can be helped," the tramp mumbled affectionately. "How much do I owe you?" "I don't take money. The only condition is that you must not interfere with the treatment to deprive you of any desire to find the girl. You will not know the location of the convent where I will take her. You will be forbidden to communicate until she is completely cured." "How long will that take?" "I cannot know anything for certain. The Almighty and the gods will decide." The hermit raised his hands to the sky. "I am only suggesting, can you agree or not?" "It could take years." Giles wondered. "I suppose so," the old man agreed. "But for my daughter's sake, I think it's worth the risk. You'd think I'd have to pick her up today. I'll give you an hour with her. Make up your mind and say goodbye." The man left the room, leaving Amber and her father alone. Dad, are you really going to give me to this strange man? Worried daughter. Honey, it's up to you. But think about it. You'll be able to walk, live like a healthy person. But why should I do that if I may never see you again? We'll meet again someday, and then you'll be completely healthy. I believe that. I had a dream about your mom, Amber, today. She said I should let you go. Giles nodded his head. Amber was silent. She never argued with her father. He'd always been right, which meant he wanted what was best for her now. Okay, she finally answered. The wandering healer didn't have to be called back. He'd come back on his own as soon as they'd made their decision. Giles hoped they would see their daughter soon and be happy. He comforted Amber as he said goodbye, the girl beginning to cry from overfeeling. Giles stroked her delicate hands one last time and kissed her forehead. It was very reminiscent of Emily's farewell, when the loving couple had already guessed that they wouldn't meet again. However, the man hoped that he would not lose his daughter forever. She was the only living memory of his wife, her blood. Giles decided to give the girl one thing as a parting gift. He put the very same pendant on her. What is it? The daughter asked through her tears. It's your mother's pendant. I gave it to her once, because I loved her so much. Now it's yours. Your mother believed it brought good luck. Keep it safe. The girl scrutinized the goldfish with emerald eyes. It's like a fairy tale about a fisherman and a fish, she said. Yes, dear. The magic fish is yours now. Giles wept. He hated to give his daughter to a stranger and not even know where she would be taken. But they would never have such a gift of fate again. Could it be that God himself had shown mercy on their family? It's been a whole year since his daughter was taken away for treatment. He'd left Hawaii, gone to work, rebuilding his business. Things had been going his way. Of course, he missed Amber terribly. The house was empty without her laughter. But Giles tried to keep his mind off her. Sometimes he felt the urge to drop everything and go find his daughter. He tried to fight it. After another year, the urge became unbearable. Giles felt as if a huge part of his heart had been torn from him. The emptiness grew and grew. I want to find my daughter, he said one morning to his reflection in the mirror. The search was difficult and long. Hawaii is big, and there are as many treatment centers as there are drugstores in a big city. But a month later, Giles and his assistants had a winner. The center was located high in the mountains. Thanks to the locals, Giles' agents were able to locate the center. My father went there immediately. He was afraid that he would change his mind, that he'd go back on his word. But for now, he was driven only by a sense of longing for his daughter. The town nearest the center was crowded, as all towns were. Giles moved through the crowd, climbing higher and higher up the road. There was a road leading up into the mountains to the secluded center. It was at the very top. There was no way to get there by automobile. Some girl had put stone beads on Giles. He didn't realize what the gesture was, so he didn't remove the jewelry. Excuse me. Hagee called out to an old man who was begging on the road. He smelled rotten, and he sounded deaf. Then Giles tugged on his shoulder. The old man woke up with a gasp that made Giles think he was choking, but he needed information. He showed the old man the map and poked 3 times at a specific spot. The beggar pointed ahead, showing that there were only mountains. What are you pointing at? There's nothing there, Giles snapped at him. But the old man kept pointing away. Giles realized that he was of no use to him, and that he would have to find everything himself. He tossed him a few coins. The beggar looked at him as if he were a benefactor and nodded his thanks. Giles moved on. He didn't know any other way. Forward, then forward. And the old man was not fooled. The center could not be seen from the foothills, for the high rocky peaks blocked the view. After almost a whole day, at dusk, Giles finally reached the center. A huge white wall surrounded most of the grounds. The main entrance was through a single massive gate. There was no bell or button, just doors. Giles thought this was odd, however he knocked on the gate. To his surprise, the door was quickly opened. An elderly man with a long gray beard came out with a torch in his hand. "Who has disturbed me?" he said in English. Giles had studied the language before this trip, and now he could explain himself a little. "I have come to see the head abbot of the monastery. I want to be treated here. I've been looking for you for a long time." The elder looked at the man incredulously at first. "Are you sure you need help?" he asked. "Yes, very much," Giles answered. He was led inside. The first thing Giles saw was a large garden. Despite the cold outside and the snow in some places, There were flowers and fruit trees. People in coarse, woven robes strolled about. They all seemed overly happy to Giles, as if they'd been drugged. They wandered around the garden, gazing at the trees and flowers, visibly happy to be alive. Some of them were in wheelchairs, some of them limping. One boy had a head injury. Giles assumed he had cancer. As he looked closer, he realized no one here was using drugs. All these people were experiencing what he called enlightenment. The attendants had asked him to wait here, so Giles sat down on a roughly made bench. One of the monks approached him. "Who are you?" he asked penetratingly and laid his hand on Giles' head. "No one yet," Giles said thoughtfully. Apparently these trees of unnatural green had a very calming effect. Everything in this garden seemed incredibly mesmerizing to him. It was a very unusual feeling. Each one of us is an incarnation of the great Brahma. We are only at the beginning of the path, and we have to find ourselves. That is what our teacher says, the monk explained. "What else does he tell you?" Giles remembered why he had come here when the old man removed his hand from his head, but there was no answer to that question. Another elder approached them and invited them to go into the monastery room. They walked for a long time along a long corridor, turning left and right. Finally, the elder stopped at one of the rooms and opened the door. "Wait here for the teacher while you have our tea," he explained and left. Giles entered the mysterious room. There was almost no furniture except for a low table and 2 mats lying on the floor. A servant brought tea. Giles drank it, and it was delicious. Now he had to act. He didn't wait for the teacher to arrive and went back out into the corridor. As he opened the doors, he saw halls, cells, something that looked like a dining hall, but the teacher was nowhere to be found. He almost got caught on the 2nd floor. When opening one of the doors, he saw through a crack a number of people in cassocks standing in a circle. If they spotted him, there would definitely be questions that he didn't have the answers to. Giles stopped in front of each room and listened. Somewhere there was a monotonous reading aloud in an unfamiliar language. Somewhere it was completely silent. Suddenly, Giles heard laughter. Amber's laughter, the kind of laughter that couldn't be confused with anything else in the world. He rushed to the other side of the long hallway as soon as he was sure the laughter was coming from one extreme room and swung the doors open. It looked like someone's bedroom was in here. There was just a giant bed standing there and a translucent canopy over it. But what he saw here horrified him. His breath caught, his hands shook. How could he have agreed to this? To give up his daughter to have something like this done to her? Amber was hanging upside down, suspended by her feet from some kind of special garter. She looked like a bat as her entire body was wrapped in a thick black cloth like a cocoon. There were a couple other people hanging next to her. Their appearance was exactly the same as Amber's, and on the bed beneath them were dark blood stains. Giles was shocked at what he saw and was about to go in and stop the outrage, but a heavy, powerful hand fell on his shoulder. He cautiously turned around. Standing before him was the same healer who had taken his daughter from him. Giles' throat went dry. He felt anger, bewilderment, and hatred all at once. Fear. "What are you doing here, Honored One?" the teacher asked menacingly. Giles felt like a little boy who'd been caught by his teacher. He was ashamed, but he felt both anger and incomprehension. "What have you done to my daughter?" Giles suddenly shouted to himself. "She doesn't recognize me." He hadn't expected himself to react in such a way. The abbot made no response, stepped away from the door, and gestured for Giles to follow him. The people they encountered bowed low to the hermit. "I'm listening to your explanations," the strange old man said calmly as he came into the back courtyard. "What's going on here?" Giles was indignant. "I have a right to know. I'm her father. What kind of barbaric methods are these? How come there's so much blood? Are you drugging her?" No, the teacher shook his head. "I am the one asking the questions here." He said it calmly and looked at Giles very carefully. It was obvious that he had a terrible restraint to listen to this kind of speech. "My methods shouldn't concern you," he said at last. "Everything you've just said is nonsense. Not one word of truth. All lies. You swore to listen to me and not to disturb her privacy. You hung my daughter by her feet." Giles wouldn't stop. "I don't know how much she weighs." "Don't you dare express yourself in a holy place," the monk frowned. "No one must see this sacrament. You've already driven God away twice, when you drove me away the first time we met, and when you entered this temple. If you care for your daughter, leave this place immediately." "I'm not leaving until I get her. Your services are no longer required. One more word, and I will curse you." Amber's father only laughed in response, but there was a disturbing thought in his soul. "Don't joke around. I want my daughter back now," Giles begged. I warned you not to interfere, but you've broken the ban. You will never see your daughter again, even when she is cured," the monk said sadly. "Farewell." He turned and walked away, and Giles was led away from the monastery by force. "I won't let it go," he shouted, banging his hands on the high gate and buttoning his down coat all the way up, and staggered downstairs, back into town. He couldn't imagine that they could take his daughter away so easily and do whatever they wanted to her. Doing experiments on her, and she was laughing, probably not realizing what they were really doing. Poor girl. She was against the idea in the first place, that drifters behind the fog. Giles didn't have to agree to such a dubious proposition. Now she had to get her out of there somehow, or they'd lose sight of her. It would be better if she kept going to school, went to university, lived like everyone else. She'd find a way to make a living out of this life, and Giles let her down. Her own father had turned her in to some dubious institution, and now he regretted it. "I'll get you out of there, girl," Giles said to himself. The words calmed him a little. Suddenly he heard a rumbling noise. It was something like distant thunder. Giles didn't realize what it was. He realized it when it was too late. A huge avalanche of snow was rolling down from the mountains. He turned around and saw the white, churning mass and realized it was all over. 15 years have passed since then. Amber made a full recovery and was finally able to stand and walk on her own legs. The years of living in the convent had changed her a lot. She became exposed to Indian culture. In her later years, all the pilgrims often went outside the temple and traveled around the country. When her teacher told her that she was completely healthy in body and mind, she left her native home. But she did not want to leave Hawaii and decided to settle in one of the cities of that state. New York was considered the most ideal city to live in Hawaii. Environmental programs were perfectly developed here. Such a clean city is rarely seen anywhere. And what were the sights here? Just look at the ancient temples. This is where Amber settled down and found her soulmate. He was a European man who, like her before, was a person with disabilities. But he had a slightly different situation. His legs were chopped off while he was working in a factory. He had to be fitted with prostheses, but it didn't interfere with his life activities at all. He felt like a full human being. He was very smart and handsome, but that wasn't why she loved him. She loved him for his kindness and honesty. Because she had been brought up in a convent, she knew a lot about true virtue, so helpfulness and openness were qualities that came first for her. She decided to dedicate her life to helping people and the environment. She constantly participated in all kinds of actions and charity events. "Honey, I'm leaving," she said, and kissed her husband. He also had a rather unusual name, Rocco. Rocco's homeland was the Czech Republic. He was in love with Russian literature and had read Tolstoy and Pushkin in his youth. At university, he studied Russian, and after an injury, he became interested in mechanics and eventually became an engineer. He was invited to work in a rapidly developing technological Indian city. It was there that he met the love of his life. Amber and Rocco were married after 3 years together and were already expecting their firstborn child this year. Amber worked for a very large conservation and preservation company, and on weekends she taught free reading classes for underprivileged children. As for her father, Amber didn't remember him at all. The last time they had seen each other had been when she was only 7 years old, and she remembered the details of their separation vaguely. And then the teacher brought the news that he had been killed in an avalanche. Amber remembered how long it had taken her to process his death. It had been a real blow to her. She couldn't eat, sleep, or go about her daily activities normally. The only close person in her life had died. She had no other relatives left. But the monks gave the girl enough support, and that helped. The monastery became her home, and its inhabitants became her family. Her father's body was never found. Amber resigned herself to the fact that she wouldn't even be able to give her own father a proper burial. And he had given her so much. All she had left of her father was a small pendant, a goldfish with emerald eyes. She had kept it all these years and still had. Someday, she dreamed of passing it down to her own son or daughter. That's what she hoped for. "Do you remember that tomorrow we are distributing food? I've already made a huge pot of soup," Amber said in a friendly tone. Cooking something really good on the stove, her husband was working in his office, but that aromatic smell reached him. Rocco came into the kitchen, hugged and kissed his beloved, and sat down at the table. "I remember, my dear, you're a great girl." His wife put food in his plate and served him to the table. They began to eat dinner, but then the doorbell rang. "Did you invite someone?" she asked Rocco. He shook his head perplexed, then got up and went to open the door. His wife followed him. "Good afternoon." The man introduced himself as a complete stranger. He was dressed very respectably: black suit, tie, glasses, perfect hair. Amber had seen them as a child. Daddy's agents often dressed like this. Good afternoon. I don't think we invited anyone, Rocco said incredulously. I'm a representative of Giles Romanovich Polyansky. Does that name mean anything to you? The stranger continued. No, Rocco said, embarrassed. Yes, Amber interrupted him. It's my father. Then I'm in the right place. We've been looking for you for a long time. We would like to inform you that you are your father's heir. Therefore, you need to return to your hometown of New York to sign some documents. Rocco intervened. What documents? And you, pardon my indelicacy, who are you to Amber? She reassured the agent. He's my husband. Then we'll see you at the airport tomorrow. Here's your ticket and our card. The man held out a glossy white card. Tomorrow? Amber shrieked desperately, but we're completely busy tomorrow, and this is a matter of the utmost importance. We've lost too much time looking for you. Your father's business is hanging by a thread. Amber and Rocco looked at each other. Okay, she told the agent. I'll be on the first flight out tomorrow. He bowed and left, and the couple was left pondering. They had to find Amber's replacement. Hey, Maya. Are you in New York right now? She said on the phone to her friend. Yeah. Why are you calling so late? The woman on the other end of the line answered sleepily. Here's the thing. I can't attend the event tomorrow. Help me out. What event? We're distributing food to the poor. Remember? I've already made the soup. All I have to do is pour it and give it away. Amber, you know I don't like doing stuff like this. It's easier for me to put money into it. You want me to find someone? That's what my dad used to say. But I made him do it with his own hands, and it helped him a lot. Maya, I want you to do it, not someone else. I'm begging you. I really need your help. There was silence on the other end. Fine, I'll replace you, Maya said indifferently. But Amber knew she definitely cared. She really wants to help. What's wrong? Is it an emergency? Do you have to leave? I'll tell you later, Amber said intriguingly. I found out you got married a year later, Amber. It was an accident. Okay, I have an inheritance to get. I have to go to my hometown and do the paperwork. Rocco's forbidden to tell anyone about it. So I told you in confidence. Now you're going to be a rich aunt. Oh, I see. Let me guess, you're going to donate half the money to charity. Maya. There was laughter in the phone. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The flight to New York did not cause any inconvenience. The agent had bought a business class ticket in advance. Amber looked out the window and sang sadly. She hadn't been here in over 15 years. Here was her past life without the comforts, with the scythes, the stares of people, and the complete indifference to people like her. Amber remembered the first time she went to school, after which this whole adventure of a lifetime had happened. It made her sad to remember her father. He had given so much of himself to her, and they hadn't even gotten to say goodbye properly. Returning to her homeland brought her more sadness than joy. After arriving, she was met by the same agent. He took her to the old house where she had spent her childhood. She stood in the doorway and could not step over the threshold, as if there was an invisible wall in front of her, and if she stepped forward, her legs would fail at once. It was impossible, of course, but that was how the fear felt. She burst into tears and finally let all her long-standing feelings out, all her feelings that she'd been saving up for years, the resentment of her father, the pain of his death. It all came out through her tears. Please forgive me, Daddy, she cried right on the doorstep. It hurts so much to see this. A lump rose in her throat. The memories rolled in like waves. They battered against each other and turned into broken glass. Still, Amber managed to overpower herself and walked into the house. She walked slowly through the rooms. Everything looked so abandoned in here. No one had come in here since her father had died. There were even some old baby clothes lying around in her room that Amber had scattered when she was going on vacation. It was so strange to see. She felt like a ghost walking through the past and peering into the most secret corners of her memory. Amber picked up the bear cub from the floor and shook it from the dust, and she had loved him so much as a child. Why hadn't she taken it with her? She did not proceed to the second floor, where her father dwelt. There were strong enough emotions for the day. You never told me about your father, Rocco said into the phone when she called him. Yes, he died when I was 8. I don't remember much about him. All I know is that he wanted the best for me. I didn't always know what to do, though. What do you mean? He was throwing money around to please me. He even fired a teacher who couldn't keep up with his class. He was just showing you he loved you. No, he thought money could solve any problem, but he didn't cure my illness. I hope that taught him a lesson. I don't know what to say. He did try for me, but he didn't always remember that good and evil are boomerangs. It always comes back, and it can't be bought or redeemed with money. The next day was easier than the previous day. Amber drove to the office to sign documents. She had panicked a little on the way in, but now felt quite calm. She took a seat in the chair next to her father's desk and looked around the office. There was mahogany furniture everywhere, and portraits of some people hung around the perimeter of this room. They looked very important. She always thought it was funny that everyone who had gone to law school could boast a huge portrait of a serious person all over the wall in their office. She even chuckled at her own thoughts. Something made you laugh. The notary looked at the girl incredulously. No, I just sneezed. I'm sorry, Amber smiled. The man signed something in the papers, and after a while moved them to Amber. Please familiarize yourself with the items and then sign right here. Amber looked over the papers carefully. She was indeed passing on a huge inheritance: business shares, apartments, cars, some businesses, factories. There were no questions, and Amber signed the document. At last the matter was over and she could go home. She decided that she would ask herself what to do with everything she had received later. It was fall in Hawaii. It was the eve of the Festival of Lights. Amber and Rocco loved the festival. They always decorated their houses and put candles everywhere. Everything looked very romantic and cozy at the same time. The next day they went outside to launch sky lanterns. In the evening, according to tradition, they had to bake sweets to distribute to neighbors and clean the house. That's what the couple did the day before. Amber wore a beautiful red dress and painted her hands with henna. This holiday symbolized the victory of good over evil. That's why Amber loved it so much. In the evening, the whole town would gather by the lakes where people would launch sky lanterns. It looked very impressive and magical. There were also a lot of tourists here. Who would want to miss such a miracle? The light from the flying lanterns was reflected in the water, and the illusion of a huge number of glowing lights was created. Then everyone went to give alms to the poor. Today there was peace and quiet, love and kindness all over the city. They walked through a fair where they sold sweets. Amber bought herself some interesting candy. It was very large and looked more like a scone, but the clerk assured her it was candy, and it really was. It was orange flavored. Amber had loved oranges since she was a little girl. Finally, they spotted an old woman sitting on the grass near the temple. She was blind and held out a change cup. Amber put a rather large amount of money in it and set it in her ear. The old lady couldn't see her, but thanked her very much for such a generous gift. Then they gave alms to a few more needy people and headed home. But even here a surprise awaited them. On the way they met a beggar who was not like the other locals. His appearance was very European. Rocco took a closer look at him. He was dirty and smelled of rotten fish. He offered to take him home to his house and help the poor guy since they had no money left. Amber dismissed the idea at first, but then agreed. After all, she had always done that, and it was all the more relevant today. They tried to call out to him, but he didn't seem to understand or hear them. Then Rocco hoisted him onto his shoulders and dragged him to his house. The man seemed completely unconcerned, as if he were unconscious. They laid him on the guest bed. His clothes stank, and he needed to be washed. But Amber decided they'd do that tomorrow. Tonight, everyone just needed to get some sleep, so they did. The next morning, Amber woke up pretty early and went into the kitchen to make coffee. She heard some rustling in the living room and remembered about last night's guest. She woke Rocco, and together, they went into the room where the vagrant was. He seemed to be very frightened. He was running from side to side like a madman. When he saw the couple, he screamed, "Who are you? Where am I? Please calm down. We just want to help you." Rocco began, but the stranger wouldn't listen. "Bandits. Let me go," he shouted. "Man, if you don't calm down right now, we'll put you out on the street. You'll rot in filth and agony again," Amber said firmly. Rocco was even surprised that she could talk so tough, and those words really worked on the man. He sat down on the floor and looked at Amber like an exhausted stray dog. "We'll get you open first," Amber stated, winking at her husband, because he would be the one doing it. Rocco poured the guest a hot bath, and when the man looked more or less human, the couple called the doctor. He examined him and said he had mental and memory problems and needed to be hospitalized. Amber agreed to pay for his treatment. She consulted with her husband, and he accepted her point of view, although not immediately. The hospitalization required a lot of money, but Amber was convinced that this man really needed help. A month later, the girl decided to visit her ward. She came to his room and sat at his bedside. She was looking at a man who was already quite healthy. He was completely different from what she saw him a month ago. It was like heaven and earth. "Good afternoon. How are you feeling?" Amber asked. The man turned to her carefully and then decided to sit on the bed so as not to embarrass the girl. After all, he was no longer sick, but just resting. "Much better. The doctor said that I once had a brain injury, so memory is very difficult to restore. So I can't tell you what happened to me, since I can't remember." "I'm glad you're on the mend," Amber smiled. "Let me ask you, what's your name?" "Does it matter? I want to know what angel came down from heaven and gave me this chance." Amber grinned. It was a very awkward compliment, but that didn't make it any less sweet. "My name is Amber. I wish I could tell you my name, too. I just don't remember it myself. I still don't understand why you care so much about me, someone you don't know. You know, I spent my entire childhood in a convent. I had no parents, and our wise teacher told me to treat the poor and destitute as if they were your own. Anyone deserves a chance, and if I have the opportunity, I will help always. You don't owe me anything. I just have to do good, because that's when humanity will not be purified. You're very lucky to have a mentor, aren't you?" "You're right. Too bad my father didn't learn that simple truth, and I ended up an orphan. All I have left of him is a memory." She pulled a piece out of the slit of her shirt and showed it to the man for some reason. "I carry this pendant with me as a sign that anything is possible. I was able to get back on my feet, and it wouldn't have happened without my father's help, whatever he was." "Him. Amber," the man suddenly shouted. His eyes rounded and his hands shook. "Amber," the woman said, looking at him apprehensively. Was he really crazy after all? She'd hoped he was cured. "Oh my God, Amber, what are you doing?" The man screamed and cried. "I'm sorry, I don't understand you," she replied. She wanted to leave now, lest something bad happen. "Amber, I'm Giles, your father." "Honey, I'm alive," shouted the stranger. After those words, her soul went into a tizzy. She could see her own father's features in that face, all wrinkles, a terrible scar across his cheek. But all in all, it was him. How had she not recognized him as her father right away? Probably her mind had already erased his image from her mind. He was long dead to her. "Papa," she exclaimed, rushing into his arms. "Daddy, you're alive. And you're walking now, my girl." She cried with a happiness that shook her from the inside out. There was really no limit to this happiness. It turned out that Dad had been rescued by one of the local volunteers after that killer avalanche, but he had lost his memory and had been wandering the towns of Hawaii for years. What coincidence that they ended up in the same town on the holiday? Goodness. The boomerang always comes back. You remember that, don't you? Giles turned to his daughter. "I remember it. I'll always remember it now," he answered. And so the mysterious Hawaii became a second home for both of them. And its ancient monasteries had healed a hopelessly sick girl, so that she, in turn, could help people like her father had once been people who had lost hope and lost faith in goodness. After buying a bouquet of lilacs from the little girl, Oberon reluctantly shuffled home. Barely entering the apartment, she froze. Oberon was funny, such a sweet and cozy woman. Such cute, a little ridiculous individuals made her face involuntarily blurred into a smile. For some reason, it became immediately clear that before you a good-natured person who will not do meanness, will not betray, is not sick of dirt. Where did such confidence come from? Small height, dense build, hilarious redhead, all some kind of sunny, with a scattering of freckles, bright blue eyes, chubby pink cheeks. She walked on the ground a little lopsidedly, like a bear cub, a marvelous shade. People with this appearance from childhood teased red-haired clown. Oberon was not exempt from this fate. Having long since come to terms with such a bright appearance, it is characteristic that the mockery after the first acquaintance with a fiery red-haired girl, and then a girl and a woman, always stopped very quickly. Oberon conquered offenders with her naive directness, unwillingness to give a vicious rebuff in return. Why offend such a harmless creature? It was more pleasant to be friends with her. In this case, Mother Nature managed to award the girl a lot of dexterity in children's games. At school physical education classes, she did not lag behind her peers. Moreover, was the leader in many pranks in the kindergarten. It was Oberon took the little gang out of the territory through a gap in the fence. as the leader led the kids to the neighboring garages, where the bravest were offered to test the ride of courage. The rules were simple: climb to the roof of one of the garages on a rickety and someone forgotten at the gate ladder. Then you go to the garage closest to the children's institution, from which you jump into the sandbox standing by the fence. So that the friendly team was not afraid, the first to do all these simple manipulations, Oberon. In a minute, her ringing voice, already encouraging, was heard from the platform behind the swings. "Let's be quiet, or Kira Swan will notice." Everyone climbed, crossed, and jumped, except for Kieran, who was long and skinny. He'd always been a bit of an outlier in their older group. Why on earth had he even gotten into this adventure in the first place? Accepting the jumpers, Oberon seated them on a bench. While the teacher was chatting with her colleague about something, Oberon went to the eye again. The confused Kiran was shuffling from foot to foot at the garage, not daring to step on the bottom step of the fragile ladder. "Give me your hand, I'll take the first one, and you follow me," said Oberon. From the garage, too, jumped off with a strong duet. Hand in hand, with briefcases later, they went to the same first grade. The irredeemable ones, the little bully Oberon, and the unintelligent Kieran. She dragged him along with her in all her mischief. They walked from school past the fountain near the plant office, the furniture factory. September is still hot in their southern town, and they are tired after school. Why not cheer up? At home, Oberon has only an old grandmother. She won't notice they're both wearing their school uniforms. Jump over the edge to where the water's up to their waists. Gracious coolness, tight jets of water falling from above. It's great, especially since Kiran's mom has no time to take care of him. For months he was in the care of a nanny, always trying to escape to the house of a girlfriend, where cozy smells, delicious buns, and cherry compote. A 3-liter jar with this sweet delicacy is never outnumbered here. They come quietly in wet clothes. Kiran even had an old tracksuit to change into. And they would come to their grandmother, were hungry, were exhausted. So they grew up in this modest, old-fashioned apartment with carpets on the walls, crystal on the shelves, an empty chest of drawers with thick, fluffy plaids, in which they wrapped themselves in winter, the two of them, to watch their favorite cartoons about Tom and Jerry on TV. Oberon's parents were oilmen who spent their whole life somewhere near a drilling rig, designing it themselves, then controlling whether there were any failures in its work. They would go to their daughter's house for a couple of summer months, and then all together they would go to the Black Sea. It takes only 5 hours to drive from them to the coast. It's a paradise there. The salty reservoir rolled on the sand or pebbles with foamy waves. The sun covered my skin with bronze tan. Palm trees and magnolias glistened with foliage. The last representatives of tropical flora also dizzy their heads with the sweet, fragrant aroma of their white, graceful flowers. There was even an amusing incident in their family. One evening, while everyone in the boarding house was at a dance, Oberon's father, Vincent, climbed a tree and plucked a fragile magnolia flower for his wife. In the room, they put it in a water pitcher. It's a good thing the maid stopped by before they went to bed to see if they needed anything. "You're out of your minds, dear guests," she gasped. "It is good if you just have a headache from this insidious plant. And there are cases of people with allergies, which reaches anaphylactic shock." One tourist, the same fan of romance and magnolias, from us once barely managed to get to the hospital. Without waiting for objections, the maid quickly picked up the jug of already fading beauty and took it to the balcony. "That's where you go and admire it," she grumbled. "I'll bring you another container for drinking water. What do you think you're doing, poisoning yourselves here in our institution?" The next day, Vincent dutifully went to the local market and brought his red-haired wife a bunch of large daisies and a large watermelon with thick black seeds and bright red, juicy flesh. The incident was exhausted, and the new experience was recorded for the future. By the way, Oberon had been born such a pretty redhead for a reason. She was a smaller version of her mother, Stacy, a carbon copy of herself. Vincent, who had come to the windows of the hospital on the day of Auburn's birth, couldn't contain his emotions. "Yes, Stacy, you're obviously two golden red-haired creatures in one family. It's a treasure trove. There's a reason you were so toxic the whole pregnancy. Our daughter could braid her hair out of that fire fleece." When in her childhood, after watching a cartoon about a red-headed redhead tried to start complexes because of her hair color, Stacy stopped them once and for all. "Daughter, take a good look at me. Stacy said. Has my hair the color of shiny copper ever hindered me in life? My red locks, like a generous sun, kissed on the top of my head. You're always on display, always bright and always happy. Your life, too, will be if not a constant celebration, then certainly not a boring everyday. Believe in yourself, Abby. Appearance is a shell. I wish you had a heart of gold. Good people get back 100-fold the warmth they give, even if they forget the good deeds themselves. Oberon remembered her mother's words from that time. It was as if she had stamped on a metal surface an inscription dear to her heart, the kind of engraving one usually writes on commemorative gifts. She loved her parents fanatically, despite the fact that she had seen little of them. And now her now gray-haired enthusiasts, Vincent and Stacy, were away working on new drilling technology. How many young engineers are there around? And no, if something complicated is being implemented in a distant enterprise, Vincent and Stacy are as good as gone. Oberyn thought. She had long since gotten used to their long absences, having learned to be quite independent after her grandmother's death. She'd gotten married early, almost right out of high school. A young married lady is not a big deal. You have to live up to your status. Oberyn's husband was that childhood and youthful friend, the unforgettable Kieran. They had been so used to being inseparable since kindergarten that their marriage was taken for granted. Love is different, isn't it? Some people build relationships on the flames of passion, while others spend a long time choosing, courting, and pursuing the object of their desire. Kieran and Abby had another version, which is usually called love friendship. It seems that no one sighs for anyone. Under the moon on the bench stars do not admire. Candy and bouquets in the heart does not carry. But it was astonishing that such a phenomenon could be written down in the new medical discoveries. It became difficult for Kieran to breathe without Abby, and panic appeared. Abby had to know every minute what was going on with Kieran, what her heartfelt friend was doing. Kieran seemed to really need help, or at least a kind word of approval from Oberyn. But she wasn't around. They both did evenly in school, no brilliant successes, but no embarrassing failures either. After receiving his diploma, Kieran wisely decided not to go to the local technical university, which trained tamers of computer hardware. Instead, he chose a down-to-earth profession installing smart machines, connect everything intelligently, fill them with optimal stuffing. The basics of this profession began to pop out at him already by the end of the first year. Which of his friends or neighbors to help with a laptop or desktop PC? He never said no. Soon the neighborhood was posted ads I install and configure computers, inexpensive with his home phone number. He and Kieran had a long laugh that Kira's grandmother now had to be paid a salary to act as a silent dispatcher. She answered the phone, recording the client's details. By evening, the list of those wishing to use the services of the young master was already ready. Surprisingly, there were many orders for installation and connection. Soon Kieran and Oberyn could afford frequent trips to their favorite pastry shop with divinely delicious cakes and coffee. By the winter session, they had accumulated a sum of money in their unexpected expenses piggy bank. It would be enough for their common beautiful dream to see St. Petersburg in all its glory. Both of their parents were away for long periods of time, so Kieran didn't need to come home after class. He worked in the improvised workshop they had built in the apartment, coming only at night. His mother took care of her son's upbringing strictly by phone at 22 at check call. Kier, are you all right? Eating regularly, preparing for the session. Yes, Mom, everything is fine, he answered. A theatrical pause followed. Then I can work in peace. I've got a lot on my plate. And Kieran's mom would disappear again with the dial tone. He sometimes didn't even know in which city his mom was shining on the stage at that moment. Oberyn and his grandparents, as she affectionately called them, were no less punctilious. Their interrogation was usually meticulous, but it was Vincent's grandmother, not Aubrey, who peppered them with questions. She reported cheerfully that everything was going according to plan, that her granddaughter had passed her credits and exams on time, without arrears. And now the girl was going with Kieran to the northern capital. Even airplane tickets have already been bought. After the conversation with her grandmother, Stacy and Vincent looked at each other. Don't even get me started, the man said. They're both 18 now. Kieran is a decent guy. I trust him. He would never hurt our girl. Auberine has chosen a very interesting profession for herself, organizer of festive events, specialization event manager. Lucky that there is such a faculty right in their city, at the Federal University. It is called, however, ornate crowdsourcing and event management. But the group was excellent. The guys and girls were all creative individuals. A month after the beginning of the classes, they were already having fun at the kapustnik, singing in the choir, learning national dances, learning the science of stage craftsmanship, and studying the psychology of influencing hearts. Abi did not just come home from school, but flew on wings, joyfully sharing all her achievements with her grandmother and Kiran. So both of them passed the session without any problems. Abi and Kiran flew to Peter, a city that was both majestic and silent from the heavy frost, at lunchtime. After settling into their room, they immediately rushed to the Georgian cafe in the building across the street. Khachapuri with cheese, khinkali filled with minced meat, hot juice and spicy Abkhazian snacks, everything was unusual, and therefore delicious. They ordered themselves a glass of red wine like adults. Now it seemed to them that they were not students, but solid, experienced men and women. Next, everything happened rapidly. They came out of the friend zone, barely returning to the room. They had fallen asleep in each other's arms 1,000 times before in the evening to the peaceful hum of the television, always hugging each other in a friendly way when meeting and parting, kissing each other on the cheek, touching their lips to each other's foreheads if there was a suspicion of fever. There were no vibes, no chemistry, which seemed to appear at such close communication of young people. And they had never in all that time fallen in love with any of their peers on the side. Among their classmates, they were an unspoken couple, only together, only next to each other. All the gossip had bypassed them. But their hormones were dormant, not pushing them to sensual actions. Here in St. Petersburg, they, inexperienced, young, heated by wine and impressions, became close so naturally, as if they had already entered heaven. The full moon smiled, winking at the shining stars. Young people, may the heavens grant you personal happiness. Abi and Kiran, engrossed in each other, did not hear the moon's whisper. And was there one? Maybe the wind and snow had dreamed it all on that magical St. Petersburg evening. The trip to northern Palmyra was a revelation for the guys in many ways. They lived in a miniature hotel on Maratha Street, a few meters from Nevsky Prospect. The temperature outside the window was increasingly dropping to -15 degrees Celsius. There was an additional cold and dampness from the numerous reservoirs. The snow crunched underfoot. We didn't walk for a long time. We saved ourselves in cafes. We took several cups of different teas, arguing which spices gave it a particularly memorable flavor. Sometimes we had a couple of shots of sweet liqueur or mulled wine. For dinner, we brought sweets to the room. From the cafe candy shop again, they piled tea or coffee and enjoyed socializing. The romantic journey flashed by like a single day. They returned home, as always, holding hands. Peter had won their hearts forever and bonded them together even more tightly. A month later, Abi felt distinctly sick. She felt nauseous in the mornings when her grandmother baked pancakes for breakfast, and in the evenings when she cooked pasta patties for her. Stacy was far away from her daughter at that moment. Abi was certainly not a naive little girl. She had long ago bought a pregnancy test from the drugstore that showed the coveted 2 stripes. She broke the news to Kiran, who immediately reassured her. "I know, my dear." "How do you end up so close to the opposite sex?" Auberine asked. "My mother won't be home for 2 months. She has another tour. I don't intend to wait for her consent. Kiran and I have decided to get married." "Make sure you tell her. We'll apply tomorrow. We'll be officially married in a month. Our baby must have a father and a mother. The decision is not open for discussion." "You, Kiran, make it simple," she said. "Where will we live and with what money?" "It's nothing," he replied. "My mother is in a common law marriage with a new man, travels with him in cities. Then he takes her to resorts to rest. The apartment is completely at our disposal. When the deadline comes, you'll take a sabbatical. I've already gotten used to the orders. Word of mouth works. Some clients recommend me to others. I've also prepared a new batch of ads with a different contact number." Mother Kiran, actress Rose Arnold, though she was a supporting actress in the local theater, but on tour in the reserve cast, went always with great pleasure. And Kiran's fathers were constantly changing. A lot of husbands, A lot of passions, so necessary for a creative person. Otherwise, how to play love on stage. In the affairs of her grown-up son, she as long ago did not interfere, almost stopped the daily evening interrogations. Rose firmly adhered to the position bad news finds people. If it is still quiet, then everything goes its way. The last man Rose was from the theater commercial circles and suited her most of all with his generosity. To be fair, outwardly Rose Arnold in her 50s was still very good-looking. Over 40 years old in the evening light, as she herself joked. Even detractors had nothing to say. The well-groomed coquette was already a little over 50, but she did not lift anything heavier than cutlery. She was helped by her housekeeper and her son's nanny. What an enviable life. Official marriages in the passport Rose Arnold was 3 pieces, but unofficial romances she had not countless. And who needs that boring arithmetic when it comes to Rose? She had one specialty: she could sing romances in a thick, low voice. Although she did not learn vocals and did not learn, but will raise to the sky large languid eyes with skillfully lined black pencil eyelashes, slightly raised in a graceful question eyebrow, open sensual full lips and draggy told me be you mine and I will live. Passion burning. Another man with a delicate mental organization fell into the net set Rose. Looked at her like a rabbit on a boa constrictor, hurried to fulfill any of her whims, opened access to his accounts and cash. Rose wasted no time, pampered herself, her favorite, as much as she could, knowing that she could not keep her lover for long. She had an empty, boring soul. God had hurt her intellect. But she herself considered further mental development as an empty occupation. She could not hold a conversation in a decent society. She was more silent, parading around the hall and showing another flashy outfit. Men with money are often not fools. They quickly lost interest in her and disappeared from her horizon. The trouble was that Rose, like any man, inexorably aged. Not every worthy and rich fish is no longer caught in her predatorily arranged nets. She did not want to look at the smaller specimens, carefully watched her behavior and words to keep her partner longer. And this time she did not let go of her young lover even for a moment. Men were becoming fewer and fewer, and age was getting scarier. Vincent and Stacy took the news of Auberine's imminent marriage and pregnancy to heart. They agreed to celebrate the wedding in the summer during a vacation, when they will be in their hometown, and Rose Arnold will have a break in the tour schedule. The young people were now leading a shared family life for 2 homes. After university classes, Oberyn and Kieran would go to their grandmother's house for lunch, and then go to Kieran's apartment. The boy would again fiddle with another order at home, or go out on a call. Oberyn was preparing for her seminars, running an unpretentious household. She began to take lessons from her grandmother, a skilled cook, and soon she could cook something simple for herself and her young husband. In the registry office, they were signed a month after the application was submitted. The newlyweds joked, remembering a quote from the old Soviet movie Girls What a Family: Kieran, husband and wife. You can die laughing. And they both started laughing. Young and green, everything still seemed so magical, serenely joyful. Parents on both sides did not interfere in their life together, hoping for the prudence of children. Grandmother looked after from afar. She bought her granddaughter fruit, so that in her interesting position the body received vitamins, then gave her now legitimate grandson Kieran a warm scarf, so that he did not catch a cold running on calls throughout the neighborhood. Already spring has powerfully entered its rites. The end of April. When she opened the window, a floral scent wafted through the apartment. In their southern city, there were so many lilacs, garden, Persian, and wild. For as long as Oberyn and Kieran could remember, they had associated spring with the fluffy white and purple flowers on the branches of the shrubbery, and with bunches of blooming lilacs in the house, arranged in vases. By the May holidays, there was a general restlessness at the university at Oberyn's. There were several reasons for this. The practical exams were just around the corner, at which the students would show their acquired skills on the institute's scaffolding in the large assembly hall. The noisy competition of numbers was attended by representatives of advertising, entertainment agencies, workers of show business, movie industry, experts from television, including one of the presenters of the Central TV channel. During a program devoted to dating, one of the presenters once said worthy suitors are still puppies, and it was much the same with the Oberyn students. There were only a few really talented guys for the whole stream. Experienced producers had to keep their ears open in order not to miss a diamond that could be earned in the future. Here you could get a job, get someone's attention for a prospect, and participate in casting. By the time the performances began, Auberine's tummy had already rounded out a bit, but to avoid drawing attention with her interesting situation, she chose the role of a red-headed clown for a defense number. Spacious bright green jumpsuit, yellow shirt with a brown checkered pattern. There was almost no makeup on her face, just a plastic tube nose, some mascara on her eyes and lip gloss. Her copper hair didn't even need to be specially styled frizzy swirls stuck out in all directions, as the image demanded. The committee unanimously gave Oberon an excellent for a successful reprise. As she sat down in the auditorium to catch her breath and watch her fellow students perform, a man in an expensive suit and bright pink shirt approached her. "Hello, Oberon. I enjoyed your number. I would like to invite you to perform at our corporate event." "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Andrei Vladimirovich. The details of our cooperation, if you agree, we'll discuss later." The bewildered Oberon didn't even have time to reply as the man disappeared somewhere. She feverishly thought that this couldn't be, because it could never be. She had created her clowned carrot top not for the public, but for herself, putting into his facial expressions and gestures a part of her cheerful soul. She did not expect that her experimental image could seriously appeal to anyone. At that moment, her buddy Milachka plopped into the seat next to Auberine. "Abi, don't you get it?" she exclaimed. "The great and terrible Andrew Smolyakov himself just sat next to you. His modeling agency, Aphrodite's Favor, has girls from all over our county signing up for auditions 6 months in advance. Do you know how he was nicknamed in bohemian circles? Janie." "Who? Why Janie?" Mila shrugged, just jealous of his success. "His nickname is the 3 R's, which means dude, dodger, and dodger. He is an excellent swindler, but what a pro. He's got a diamond in the rough. If he spotted someone in the crowd, expect a brilliant career in the modeling business, to file on the world's catwalks, fame and fans. What kind of questions would he have for you? You're a mother, you're not in the trend, and you're pregnant. Is Andrew losing his business acumen?" Auberon didn't know what to say to this agitated speech. A void in her mind. She was more concerned about why Kieran hadn't returned her phone call. She was so eager to share with him that she passed the credit she dreaded with a yay. At the same time, Andrew, to whom Mila had just sung praises, was sharing a new idea with his assistant. "I found a unique person, a young lady performing a skit with a red-haired clown. It will be a furor when we release her on our stage. The contrast between natural beauty and nature's jokes on her appearance. Have you seen this person? She's a walking misunderstanding. But she's a sweetheart. A mix of red hair and spontaneity. What kind of person would take her place? The other one would have burned with shame and complexes, but this one doesn't. Apparently she lives with her head held high. I even saw a wedding ring on her hand. Found a lover of such ugliness." And Andrew, very pleased with his caustic humor, laughed. It was good that the naive Abi did not hear his words. Although who knows, maybe Andrew's words would have hurt Auberine, but would have saved her from a great misfortune. Andrew's assistant found the young woman the very next day. The background information was as follows: a famous modeling agency was planning another show. Auberine's task as a red-haired clown was to entertain the audience in the pauses when the models from Andrew's agency would be changed into the next outfits from the collection of a local designer. The action was to take place in a fashionable hotel, stylized as a medieval Gothic castle. All the capital's bowmen was to gather at this outlandish performance. Auberine, who for participation in the show was offered a fabulous fee by student standards, was not afraid of the stage and the audience in a huge hall with velvet armchairs. But the hotel complex itself struck her at first sight with its mysterious atmosphere. With her exuberant imagination, she immediately imagined nightly tournaments, beautiful ladies in lavish dresses, balls, intrigue and unearthly love of imaginary heroes. Auberine did not move through the halls like a bear this time. She had even muted that ability. She walked like a fairy with a magic wand in her hands, mentally touching people and objects, immersing them in the fairy tale that was already being born in her head. On the improvised catwalk, everything happened exactly as Andrew had planned. The fashion collection was done in black and white colors. It had a cold, sharp, steely sheen. When a red-haired clown appeared on stage during the breaks, the difference in theme was so great that everyone involuntarily admired again the talent of the young clothing designer and his innovative views on how femme fatalists should look like. The intended effect was 100% realized. Auberine, inspired by her successful performances in front of so many people, decided to have a little snack. A buffet was set up in the lobby bar. The mom-to-be put a couple of canapes on a miniature plate, took a glass of lemonade from the tray, and sat down in a secluded place on a soft sofa. After a couple of minutes, she heard muffled voices. In one of them, she recognized the commanding tone of her local patron. "Joshua, have you seen those ginger ugly things?" "Poor girl," someone said. "You don't often see such a hopeless case of total lack of beauty. You are the very creator of female goddesses, to whom you give long, slender legs, to whom you give deep, expressive eyes. And who will you give a luxurious hair? Can you believe she has a wedding ring on her hand? I can't even imagine a man who could sleep with her of his own free will." Auberine dropped the canapé from her hands. Andrew, a well-known person in the city, philanthropist, businessman, owner of the realm of female beauty, said all this with such contempt, as if he were talking about some disgusting insect. "You see such an ugly thing, you want to step on it and crush it." All of Stacy's words about the special charm of redheads were instantly forgotten. In her head, as if in a cramped cage, her thoughts rattled. The program is over. I don't want to wait for any honorarium. Get out of here. Out now. Auberine ran out of the lobby bar and immediately ran into the two men talking with glasses of cognac in their hands. "Damn, Andrew, your stage vis-a-vis just heard us talking," one of them said. "Hold her and calm her down." But it was no longer possible to hold Auberine, who was rushing forward. She started rapidly down the narrow spiral staircase to the first floor. The wrought iron railings beneath the smooth, shiny handrails were all decorated with graceful roses, so skillfully crafted that they were indistinguishable from real flowers of royalty, with buds, leaves, and thorns blooming. Near the next flight of stairs, the wide pants of his stage costume caught on one of the sharp metal branches below. The red-haired clown was still running desperately downward, but the sturdy fabric was already caught on the metal. Auberine flailed her arms ridiculously in the air, and like a puppet, she was hung from the treacherous piece of jewelry. The last thing she felt before she lost consciousness was multiple jabs of something hard in her chest, stomach, and legs. Drops of blood instantly began to appear on the steps. As the crowd rushed to the scene, the picture was gruesome. Hanging from the metal rose pattern under the railing was a bright redhead named Auberine. Only now she wasn't laughing at all, nor was she uttering funny phrases in a ringing voice. She was bleeding, and no one would ever know that a few minutes ago the heart and soul of this young woman had been bleeding, just like that. The ambulance arrived quickly. By then the hotel guards had already pushed the curious away from the scene of the accident. They were afraid to take Auberine down the stairs without medical intervention. The sight was horrific. Local paparazzi were sneakily clicking their phones, trying to get sensational facts that could then be sold to the media and the yellow press. There were many amateurs before the media. Someone was rubbing his hands together, rather rubbing his hands that Andrew was proud of it, and now it would take a long time to wash off. After such an incident, his reputation will be tarnished, and the whole business may be shaken if it turns out the racy background of what happened. Everyone was curious to the point of goosebumps. What pushed this handsome red-haired clown to run like Cinderella, whose time is running out at? At the hospital, Auberine went straight to the operating table. The baby could not be saved. Andrew, who learned that the red-headed clown he had hired was pregnant, grabbed his head. He had a long talk with Joshua, whom he persuaded to keep quiet if they were called to the police as witnesses to that violent conversation. The modeling agency had paid in full for Auberine's stay in a private room, where now and then throughout the day couriers came by with baskets of fruit, juices, chicken broth, and then other meals from the best restaurants in town. To meet with him, Auberine refused flatly. Only his assistant was allowed to enter the room, who brought a fee and an impressive bonus, ostensibly for the inconvenience caused. The already recovering young woman said to the employee Andrew, "As cut off, don't let your boss shake with fear." "No one will ever know the true cause of my fall down the stairs," Auberine said. "Tell him that verbatim. I'll take the money. Why not? But he's the one buying the silence. I'm the one who thought I'd done my pay and allowance honestly. This is the end of our cooperation. I no longer wish to see anyone who has the slightest connection to Aphrodite's favor. Consider it a gesture of my goodwill." The aide conveyed what the chief had said verbatim. She even thought she heard a sigh of relief. It's a dark story, she thought to herself, but she didn't say anything like that out loud. She had been working with Smolyakov for a long time. She'd seen a lot of things around his controversial business. Kieran had been by Oberon's side ever since his wife and baby had suffered that terrible accident. He had even brought their old stove from home, where they liked to cook together. He covered it and prayed over the blanket. There were bunches of lilac flowers everywhere in the ward. Its sweet fragrance always knew how to lift the mood of the red-haired clown. A few days later, earlier than usual, Oberon's parents, Stacy, flew in from the north. She spoke at length with the doctor about the future possibilities of motherhood for her daughter. The doctor reassured her. 3 years with the baby would have to wait. The operation was serious, but we managed to preserve all childbearing functions. Aubreen has lost a lot of blood. She's very weak now. Let her finish her studies in peace, get her diploma, and then we can think about the continuation of the family again. Rose obviously did not consider it her duty to come to at least morally support her son's young family. She took the news of the loss of her grandson with enthusiasm. "Kieran, don't let it go to waste," she said. "This child was too early a decision for you. You've only just turned 19. What kind of father are you? You've got a lot of snot to wipe off." Kieran was mentally glad his wife couldn't hear their dialogue. The memories of their loss and the tragedy that had played out in the marvelous Gothic hotel were too sad for Auberine. Auberine did not tell her husband about the conversation she had accidentally witnessed. She was released from the hospital and went to her studies. She avidly attended lectures and practical classes. Only she never wanted to wear her red-haired clown outfit again, no matter how her teachers and fellow students asked her to do so. After the summer session, Kieran, Auberine, and her parents went to the seaside together by car. Vincent loved to drive his old BMW. What did he call it? It was old, but it was old. But it was a beast. Nothing had happened to it because at the time it had been sitting in the garage. On vacation, they traveled everywhere they could. They lived in a small village, in one of the new hotels on the beachfront. You go out on the loggia in the room downstairs, 20 meters away. The sea is splashing. Behind the fence there was a park where the hotel guests could disappear as much as they wanted, and even for free. There was a small grove of pomegranate trees near the monument to Pushkin. Excursions were always wandering around the park itself, so Kieran and Oberon hid in a corner above the sea, next to the son of Russian poetry Alex. Here the young woman turned into the host of some holiday they had invented. Kieran became a kind spectator and in the 9th row. Who still remembers the unique creative legacy of Archie will immediately understand what we are talking about. In the evening, the rehearsed performance was shown to the parents, and there was not among the audience more grateful listeners. Auberine gradually withdrew. They spent a long time together splashing in the sea, and then went to the local market to buy amazing grapes, peaches, tart homemade wine. In the evening we had dinner on the loggia, and admired the marvelous moment when the orange ball of the sun kissed the emerald surface of the sea. Sunsets there were always fabulously beautiful. The clouds became pink, and the soul sang, flew somewhere upwards. Several times the whole family took a ride to the city. There on the quay another funny story happened to Oberon. Rather intrusive photographer with some animal on his shoulder insistently stretched out his hands to the red-haired woman and shouted. The animal turned out to be a chinchilla, which at once tangibly pulled Auberine's finger, then posed in her arms like a model, and did not want to let her go. The photographer, very surprised by the behavior of his assistant, thoughtfully said, "My Abby's instincts are impeccable. She recognizes good people with a pure heart from a mile away." The photographer didn't even understand why the family was laughing at first. Vincent eagerly explained, "You've just taken a picture of your namesakes, your Abby and our Auberine. I noticed from a distance." He and Kieran hugged their companions by the shoulders and they continued their walk along the picturesque promenade. This vacation was one of the most memorable events in Oberon's life. And then grief came to the house. Vincent's mother had died. She quietly went to heaven in her sleep. The empty apartment no longer smelled of freshly baked goods. Only the shelves of the pantry still held jars of cherry compote. True to tradition, the quiet, cultured grandmother Oberon had managed to prepare this summer season's favorite supplies. Folk wisdom says trouble doesn't come alone. It brings the next 6 months after the death of Grandma tragedy happened to the beautiful Rose Arnold. The accident was trivial. The actress did not want to part with high heels, even on winter boots. In a rare for the southern city period of ice, she slipped right on the tiny edge of the steps leading to the entrance. Rose took an unfortunate fall and broke her infamous femoral neck. Kieran had just turned in another winter session at the time. After his grandmother left, he and Janie had moved back into the apartment of Auburn's young parents. It had always seemed more familiar to them. And then, with a surprise from her mother, Auburn ran to the hospital to see Rose as if it were work. Her second mom turned out to be an extremely capricious woman. Kira Swan secretly left on the pretense of a touring emergency. It was as if she'd never been there. Kieran disappeared in the morning at the university, and then ran on the orders of his mother after the operation, which promised that she would be able to walk again after the injury. The ward and comforts were costly for the youth. Finally, after a couple months on hospital duty, all those expensive delicacies from the stores, morsels, specialty coffees, teas, and desserts, Rose Arnold was transported home with pomp, as if to the sound of an invisible orchestra, and settled on a disassembled sofa. Already on the way, she sang Oberon, either an ode to her daughter or a romance about her love for her daughter-in-law, with a mute plea in her eyes not to abandon her in such trouble. Kieran and Oberon went to live with Rose Arnold. Just a year after that tragedy with the red-haired clown. Outside the window, the fragrant lilacs were blooming again. Auberine hoped that soon her mother-in-law would recover, and she and Kieran would live their old life again. A whole year passed in labor and care for Rose Arnold. The young woman rolled her grocery cart between the aisles at the supermarket and thought to herself, Rose's mom loves cranberry morsels. We're just out of it, and I've got to find a tea bag of chrysanthemum. They say it lowers blood pressure when it's cold. With her fracture, we don't need hypertension coming out. It's all coming from nerves. I happy, carefree living with her son Kieran, and she, at her elegant age, does not need unnecessary troubles. Auburine's confidence has been boosted in recent months by a big change in her creative field. The breakthrough came unexpectedly. Once she was rushing home after classes at the university to quickly tell her husband what topic she got in her thesis, and almost knocked down some young woman. I turned around to apologize, and it turned out to be Polyakov's assistant who had brought her honorarium to the hospital. Abby wanted to get away. The memories associated with Aphrodite's favor were too painful, but that was not to be. Smolyakov's right hand grabbed her by the sleeve of her jacket and said, "You're just what I need. I was going to look for you. And here you yourself showed up." The woman smiled warmly and continued, "You've played a part in my career. It's up to you to clean up the mess." After the accident with the red-haired clown, I could no longer work with Andrew. I felt in my gut that he had a hand in the tragedy with you. I've known his partner Joshua a long time, so it wasn't hard for me to get him to talk and find out the truth. I couldn't look at the chief without contempt after those revelations, and Adam was pretty famous in modeling circles. I quit under a plausible pretext. Soon I found a new place, cleaner, more decent. I'm now in charge of children's parties, running my own company. My business is booming. Now I myself need an assistant with a golden, untainted heart like yours. Let's try to work together. The clouds seemed to part and the sun shone brightly around her. She had always secretly dreamed of working with children. The younger generation would never discuss her appearance. They would just enjoy the show. For a new part-time job took up with great enthusiasm. Reprisals in the play with the participation of puppets, Rostovi marionettes, a collection of colorful decorations in the entertainment office on the initiatives Auburn not spared funds. All the more. All expenses quickly paid off, she continued to generate ideas. Only the request to return to the stage red-haired clown resolutely and uncompromisingly always rejected. She had almost no time for Kieran now. But he didn't take offense. He himself disappeared somewhere for days and evenings. He came home happy. Now they could afford to pamper poor, unhappy, sick Rose with more treats, new silk pajamas with luxurious lace, elite grapes, wine, which Rose used to treat her nerves. After the operation was a year, but the promises of doctors have not yet come true. Rose Arnold did not leave the sofa, to which Janie all the time carried trays with the next wishes of her mother-in-law. The woman was clearly not suffering from a lack of appetite or requests. At the bus stop near her mother-in-law's house, Oberon saw a girl carrying fragrant lilac branches. The purple, fragrant flowers looked a little sad. They wanted to drink, to be in a moist environment. But passers-by were bustling past on their own. No one was going to buy lilacs. "How much do you want for spring happiness?" Oberon asked the young saleswoman with a smile. "How much would you give for a date with spring?" The girl cheerfully picked up the game. Oberon, who had just today received a fee for another series of birthdays, was generous, taking out a $1,000 bill from her purse. After thinking about it, she added a large Belgian chocolate bar. She was treated to it today by one of the moms of the kids who were guests at the children's party. The girl did not break down and gladly took both gifts. She tried to give Oberon the whole set of obviously barbarously broken lilac branches. The woman gave the young flower seller another warm smile and gave her a final pep talk. "Soon people will start coming back from the day shift. A lot of people like lilacs. You'll sell all you can get in no time. And I'll have enough for this many branches. Good luck, my friend." The rest of the way to the apartment, Oberon kept bringing lilacs to her nose. Her snub nose greedily inhaled the sense of spring's awakening to life. How fortunate that today's holiday had been moved 2 hours earlier. She was able to free herself at an unscheduled time. Now she would put the dough for the cookies of her grandmother's famous delicious scones. She'll probably have time to boil some borscht too. She hadn't spoiled Kiran with a home-cooked meal in a long time. Both of them had no time. They sat on half-finished products. Only Rose Arnoldovna, who had been ill for a long time, drank fresh, strong broths. She's a sick person. She's supposed to be on the payroll. I tried to open the door to the apartment quietly. Her mother-in-law liked to take a nap during the day. Why bother her? On the threshold, she froze when she heard the ringing voice of her second mother, not pitiful as usual. "Bella, my dear friend. That's me. All on the main roles in the theater did not take. But in vain in me died a great actress. For 6 months I've been playing that nasty Oberon by the nose, and she doesn't know a thing." Oberon turned into a mute question. Guess what? Rose Arnold was on the phone with her pal, a makeup artist from their theater, a talented actress. "You know we paid for the surgery back then. Well, I'm back on my feet, but I can only walk around the apartment with a stick. And that's only when I'm home alone. Oberon, although my sister-in-law is easygoing. I just got a job. I'm about to graduate. Hunt will be looking after me so diligently." Even then she continued, flicking her lighter and lighting another cigarette. "Oh, how good it is that this is not a crypt. Red-haired Berzina didn't give me a grandchild then. As I imagine that now there would be one more of the same ugly redhead walking around the apartment, my heart would go straight down. How my Kiran started earning good money. Wouldn't you recognize him? He's grown up. He's handsome. It's not the kind of woman who should be his date now. Oh, you don't know our big news yet. Kiran's finally met a beautiful girl and he's going out with her, soaring on the wings of love. No, I haven't seen her in person yet, but my boy has been bringing me photos of them together on his phone. She's a goddess. She's got a good face. She's beautifully built. No wonder Kiran lost his head. I gave them the keys to my country house. My son and daughter-in-law didn't know about my third husband's inheritance. I kept a mansion in the suburbs for myself for a rainy day. But seeing how Kiran is in love with this lovely creature, I could not resist at the sight of imposed on him a stupid pregnancy wife. His eyes never burned. Oberon sat down on the grocery bags just down the hallway. Everything swam in front of Oberon's eyes, a ball of fire growing in her head, ready to burst into shards of pain. It's not true, her heart screamed. And her mind, unwilling to give in to her emotions, immediately began to toss in bits of strange inconsistencies, titillating them with the strangeness of her memories. Here she was walking Kiran to work, and suddenly she smelled the unfamiliar, tart odor of perfume from him. And here they are at the mall, and he declares to her that he is tired of walking in cheap socks from the collection of 10 years ago. He pulls her into an expensive men's clothing boutique, where they buy him stylish jeans. As recently as the day before yesterday, he returned from a late job and flatly refused to eat dinner. He explained that he was so hungry that on his way home he went to a cafe and ate there. He had never gone to a catering establishment without his wife before. They had been together all their lives since kindergarten and trusted each other so much that it had never even occurred to Auberine that her childhood friend, classmate, and husband could go out, get involved with someone, or have a mistress. Auberine suddenly froze. After all, citing fatigue, he had not shared a bed with her for over a month. Is it really true what her mother-in-law is now happily telling her girlfriend? People react to stress in different ways. Someone immediately rushes into battle to reclaim their position. Some people drown their sorrows with wine and sedatives. Auberine was neither one of those two types. She was leaving the lives of people who once meant a lot to her forever, without finding out anything, without proving anything to anyone. That's how it was after the story with the red-headed clown. It would be like that now. Auberine had never had much respect for Rose Arnoldovna. She had only courted her because of her warm regard for Kieran. Now she wondered feverishly, did she truly love her husband? Or had their love, born then in Saint Petersburg on the basis of a strong friendship, always been a deception, an illusion, an attempt of two lonely hearts to find happiness? Now she somehow did not know the exact answer to this question. Kieran had always been there for her. They had always been inseparable since childhood. What is passion that burns everything in its path? Auberine probably didn't know. She still hadn't lost the ability to find excuses for her unexpected friend in every situation. Or perhaps that aged complex that she was utterly devoid of feminine appeal had risen to the surface again to plunge her into a new abyss of doubt. Now she would quickly find the keys to her grandmother's apartment in a drawer and go there to heal her mental wounds. In a month her parents would arrive from up north. She shouldn't say anything to them yet about her life changing so drastically. Kieran really was in love. He was in love. Taina was one of his clients. A first-year student, she was in a big city for the first time, where her parents had rented her an apartment. She couldn't figure out the latest model laptop on her own without her elders. Kieran, who had recently turned 21, seemed very big and mature compared to the 18-year-old fragile girl. He was about to defend his diploma, and here was a freshman. While he was dealing with her machine, she brewed him a wonderful coffee, made a mountain of delicious sandwiches, and all the while she was seen hovering around him like a light bird of paradise in her colorful kimono. His Auberine always walked like a cute, leering bear. Taina flew around the room gracefully, enchantingly. Impressed with his new client's appearance, Kieran asked to visit the next day to see if his lovely apprentice had mastered everything. Taina looked at him with wide-open, admiring eyes, the color of blue topazes, aquamarines and sapphires at the same time. Taina's parents are farmers, but they did not let their daughter close to the quiet farm, even though she lived in the countryside. In everyday life, except for potatoes or fried eggs, were not financially strapped. She ordered food in cafes or bought it on the way to the institute after classes. Taina was dressed with a needle, everything new, fashionable, stylish. She stood firmly on her feet. Farmers had already changed the furnishings in the rented apartment for her daughter, and every weekend they loaded a trunk full of natural products and brought them to the city. Her schooling was average. It was not the same thing to sit on the internet on social networks, to walk with friends and messengers, to communicate. She accepted Kieran's advances favorably. After a week they found themselves in the same bed, and then Taina showed him such aerobatics that he was confused. Such stunts with his wife he did not know. Taina was such a thing and obviously had a lot of experience. It was impossible to say that Kieran was not troubled by his conscience towards Auberine. He returned home late. A satisfied Rose Arnold had clearly been fed, sitting almost happily by the television, occasionally snacking on candy or tobacco smoke. Auberine herself was already asleep, having remembered to wrap up dinner for her husband so it wouldn't get cold. Kieran thought he was swearing to himself with his last words, promising himself to end it all at once. But as soon as he found himself in Taina's arms again, he forgot about everything in the world. Once, when Rose Arnold was in a particularly benign mood, he could not withstand the oppression of his radiant happiness and confessed to his mother that he was dying of love for a young girl. The woman, cynical to the core, asked him, "Is she even of legal age? Is this your new girlfriend? Make sure there's no trouble in that department. You've been asleep for a long time, haven't you?" Kieran nodded. Rose pointed a dainty finger in the direction of the bedroom. "What are you going to do with that redhead of yours?" "I'm more than satisfied with her care and attention. I'm enjoying myself. Even my injuries are hardly bothersome. You, my lovesick falcon, tell you what. You have many mutual acquaintances in our city. Even you with your mistress, your wife, did not tell you. I told you before my last official husband left me inherited a luxury country house. Arrange your dates only there, away from prying human eyes. Your girlfriend Tana will love it. You can be sure of it. And it's only an hour's drive from town. There's a woman looking after the house now. I'll arrange for her to stay on as au pair. And I'll keep Oberon with me for as long as possible. Do you understand me? Rose Arnold was wildly delighted with the country estate. She was still a very young and unsophisticated woman. Such luxury only seen in the movies. The actress hid this cozy nest from strangers and her friends, many years often under the pretext of departure on tour spent on the fazenda, as she called his country mansion, time with another hearty friend. Yes, even these temporary men did not admit that this expensive real estate belongs to her. Such a tidbit could turn any seemingly in love man into a real Alfonso, hunting for the treasures of an aging beauty. Oberyn naturally had no idea of such an Alibaba cave of comfort either, nor had Kiran previously known of it. He and Tana were just out of town on that spring day when Abi had fled their home for a few breaths. Tana stretched sweetly and said to Kiran, I have an unobvious suspicion that I'm pregnant. I've been getting nauseous in the mornings, and today I was freaked out by the smell of fried fish. Tomorrow I want to go to the drugstore to buy a test. If my hunch checks out, you're going to have a serious talk with your wife. You said you never loved her. It was just a true friendship. Well, tell that to your wife now. Hearing the suggestion that his incomparable mistress might be in an interesting position, Kiran soared to the heavens. My baby, how happy I am. I won't wait for tomorrow, and today I will announce to my mother and Oberon that I want to be only with you. Not a single tear will fall from the eyes of the mother of my future child. I will never make her heart race. I will never do anything to upset her. But at home, where Kiran returned from his date, elated by the news, everything went wrong at once. Rose Arnold sat among the soft cushions, her lips sour with resentment that she had been abandoned by everyone. A full vessel stood on the floor beside the carelessly abandoned bed. Mrs. Actress did not even think to try to carry it to the toilet, although during the day she quietly went to the restroom with a stick while no one sees. A wine glass stood lonely on the coffee table. Next to it was an ashtray full of cigarette butts. The woman was hungry and extremely irritated. Her first question was, is anyone in this house going to feed an old, sick, and very unhappy woman? Looking around the apartment, Kiran realized that Oberon hadn't been home after work. There were bags of groceries standing orphaned in the hallway. When asked where she had gone, her mother replied that she never came home from work. To which Kiran argued forcefully that this was not true. Oberon had come into the apartment, but where she had gone afterwards was the interesting part. Rose Arnold froze on the spot. She knew right away what was going on. Her sister-in-law overheard her talking to Kiran. She was so careless in some of the things she said out loud. I didn't hear that Oberyn had run home. Well, whatever unforeseen circumstances caused her to leave again tonight to run errands. Let's wait. She'll be back soon, said Rose. Rose Arnold hoped to herself that her sister-in-law would come home soon. Where will she go without her and Kiran? That fat redhead, thought the actress, graciously allowing Kiran to make her a cup of tea, drink, and sandwiches. Then she dozed peacefully to the quiet sounds of voices on the television. She slept peacefully that night, unable to imagine that tomorrow morning her life would begin anew. Abi jumped out of the driveway so quickly that she didn't even realize at once that the weather had worsened. It was drizzling a nasty little rain, and the seemingly generous warmth of spring had suddenly disappeared. In addition, there was a penetrating wind that chilled me to the bone. The girl from the orphanage was still standing alone at the bus stop. The chances that she would get lucky again were vanishing before her eyes. Why are you standing in the wind? You'll catch a cold and then lie in bed with a fever, won't you? Stopped the woman near the girl. And who needs me? That with a fever, that without it. Calmly answered her lilac lover. And from this point, be more specific, grabbed her by the hand, Oberon, and dragged her behind her. Let me in. How insistent are you? The girl fought back weakly, trying to wrestle her already numb arm from Abi. Everyone in our orphanage is abandoned. Everyone is abandoned. Everyone's parents don't want them. Why should strangers pay attention to us? At first, Abby stopped like a dummy. Then she realized there was no food for the two of them at Granny's house. Her old things, whatever they had, would be there. It's enough to get by for a while, but money's tight. We have to go to the supermarket again. We'll figure out who's needed and who's not needed later. In the meantime, come and visit me. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, she grumbled. What's your name? Woe is me. I am Esmeralda, said the girl. And I am 12 years old. 12? Abby looked at her puny figure doubtfully. I wouldn't give you more than 8. It was the sickness that wore me out, she explained easily. That's what my mother used to say until she gave me up. A new tangle of questions began to form in Abby's mind. It was a good thing they were already approaching the store. Otherwise, she felt the strength to digest her emotions begin to run out. In the warm room, they picked up everything they could fit in the cart. Pears were already $0.05 each, and Abby kept stacking and stacking bags of fruit. Marmalade, large pineapple, oranges, grapes, bananas. Smoked sausage, some kind of uncomplicated cheese, milk, butter, sour cream flew indiscriminately next. They completed the still life in the cart: buns, pastries, fresh vegetables, pasta, and cereals. Do you respect cheesecakes and semolina? Oberon asked the girl with interest. I am not capable of serious culinary feats. I'm already independent. I can cook anything: potatoes, eggs, sausages, or wieners, Esmeralda replied. But at home they sorted out their purchases, and Abby was glad in her heart that she had kept the habit of not turning off the refrigerator. It came in handy now. They needed electricity. Dinner was a quick 4-handed meal. At the table, Esme explained to Abby what her words about the orphanage had meant. America has many sick children with rare diseases. Treatment is most often beyond the means of their parents. But many dads and moms fight their little ones to the end. Not all of them. There is a layer that over time loses patience, does not see the prospects, tired, doesn't believe it can ever end. They come in and file a parental rights waiver for people like me. I've been treated pretty well. I could live many more years on specialized medication, but my mom wouldn't even inquire about the cost. She said, no, Esme, I can't stand to see you suffer any longer. All these procedures, endless injections, my heart bleeds. You're so thin, so pale. I'll leave you here at the boarding school, and I'll go home to the village. The farm is unattended there. I had to give up chickens, cows, and goats. I'll show you at home. Mother bought a lot of treats that day. There were enough treats for all the wards. But she forgot to say that she had signed a waiver for me. Her daughter don't think badly of her. She's good, only weak. In our therapeutic boarding school, such cases are common. No one is surprised. Recently, Alex was abandoned. He's not used to it yet. We have a lot of lilacs around the building. The gardener's happy to see them. If we cut off the extra branches, it still has to be cut every year, and he doesn't have time to do it everywhere. So Alex, he's my friend, said Esmeralda. We've been around each other for a year now. He's got a sweet tooth. I sell lilacs at the bus stop. I climb out of the crawl space in the backyard, and then I bring him something good to keep him from crying. Did the needle in her knee or Esmeralda's words hurt Oberon? Alex, he's my friend. The class in their kindergarten class came to mind. The first flight from the garages with Kieran by the hand. She shook her head. Looked at her watch. Jesus, Esme, it's 8 o'clock. There's not enough time for you at boarding school. Yeah, Alex, I've got to run already. We're right next door to you. 2 blocks away. Will you walk me out? You'll recognize our house by the bright blue fence and the sand-colored walls of the buildings outside. We have a temperature reading at 2100 hours. The babysitter won't let me go any earlier. The older boys are used to making do with their own entertainment after supper. Among the little ones, the heavier ones are more numerous. My peers are already all cured. I'm just beginning. After Seryoshka's abrupt departure, Oberon sat in a daze. How little we know about the world of those who hourly live with pain, calmly put his hand under the drip, has long been not afraid of injections, knowing that they will bring relief. She has repeatedly seen on TV how they announce the collection of money for the treatment of another seriously ill baby. Even a couple of times she has sent money in change to the specified account. We all feel that the trouble is somewhere out there, Far away, nada, she said. Tomorrow I'll have to talk to their agency about holding a charity party for these kids, something to pamper the poor in their bleak existence. And she also thought about the fact that parents who abandoned a child alone with a disease are traitors. There is no forgiveness for them. Misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Kieran puzzled over where Oberon could have gone. There was no way his wife could have found out about his affair with Taina. He had no contacts of anyone with Oberon's new job, and in his speculation he decided to call Taina. "Kodak, have you decided to let me know that you've already talked to your wife about us?" His favorite Rose asked him at once. And what was her reaction? "She's as good as gone through the ground," Kieran answered her. "Oh, and where will your redhead go?" "I'm sorry, she's not a beast at all. Who needs her?" Rose pouted her lips. "Taina, keep me posted. It's time for me to wash my hair. The girls will be in soon. A fellow student has the sniffles and we were going clubbing tonight," Kieran said. He blew his nose into his eye in the night and then pulled his jacket on. It was still raining outside, so he went looking for Oberyn. Started, of course, at Oberyn's parents' apartment. Maybe his wife had an urgent need to go there for some reason, and she was late with her business. A faint light was clearly visible behind the light curtain in the kitchen, despite this late hour. It took Kieran a couple of seconds to get to the third floor. At his call, Janie opened the door at once. "Don't bother, Kieran, you're not going in the house." "What's wrong?" "Oberyn, you're not yourself." Kieran tried to insist on his husband's rights. "Come on. I don't want to make a scene humiliating you and me to keep at least the good things that have bound us together for years. I accidentally found out about your love for another woman. Well, that happens. People drift apart in life. Let's do it in a civilized manner." Kieran, for the first time in his life, didn't know what to say to his wife, his battle buddy. "You're 100% right. You can't argue. There is no such argument. The most reasonable thing I can think of is, do you want to stay in your parents' apartment? Then let's at least pack your things so you have everything you need." Oberyn suddenly understood. The point in their relationship hadn't been set when she'd rushed out of Rose's apartment. Her husband had disowned her now, this very minute, burning bridges with his caring proposal, letting her know the Rubicon had been crossed. It was desperately painful, like when her appearance as a red-haired clown had been mocked. In fact, her appearance always made people cringe at first. But didn't Kieran know that Oberyn was not the first beauty in their town? Her grandmother used to say, when you feel bad, Abby, think of those who are much worse off than you are right now. The woman was immediately reminded of today's encounter with the sick girl. There was so much courage and a kind of cold-blooded calmness in that child that Oberyn should have taken an example from her. She would pack up now and go to bed. Let the morning, which as rumor promises is wiser than the evening, make her look at everything with different eyes. 2 months had passed. In the intervening period, there had been global changes in the lives of Kieran and Oberyn. The former had experienced the first disappointment of his life, and one that he could not recover from. There were several reasons for his lethargic apathy and complete indifference to everything. Rose's hypothesis that she was pregnant was not confirmed, and it was good that Kieran had not learned the whole truth in that legend. In fact, Taina, who had long been intimate with the opposite sex, had been taking birth control pills, clearly following the instructions for their use. The pregnancy pranks had been designed to test her young lover for lice. Taina had come close to not expecting such a violent, enthusiastic reaction from him. And when she learned that his wife had left him, she put forward the rest of the seductive resources. Only her maneuvers were unnecessary. She enthusiastically accepted Rose's absentee invitation to pay a visit to the unhappy, ailing actress. Once in the apartment, which hadn't seen Oberyn in days and was in need of a fresh cleaning, Taina was instantly aware of the situation. It was springtime outside and the air was stale indoors. The young beauty, after listening to Rose's compliments, made a show of telling Kieran that she had toxicosis. She was still listed as a mommy-to-be at the time and went outside for a breath of clean air. Taina never returned to Rose's apartment or Kieran's life again. Oberyn had calculated ahead of time what awaited her in her future possible marriage to Kieran. She didn't even want that posh country house as a wedding present. Oberyn was sure that she could find a more interesting party for herself in this southern city. Youth and beauty would always be at a premium. Kieran had not expected such treachery from his beloved. No, he was ready to hire a nurse for his mother to take some of the household chores on himself, since Taina was soon to become a mother. But he couldn't tell her any of this. Taina had cut off contact with him once and for all. She blacklisted him wherever she could. She wouldn't open the door of her rented apartment. Stopped being friends with him on social media. The man was in shock. He'd given up everything for this love and was left with nothing. Kieran's mom couldn't keep a single caregiver around for more than 24 hours. She drove everyone crazy with her whims and kept demanding that Kieran reconcile with Taina immediately. The funny thing was that it didn't even occur to her that she was most to blame for the family's troubles. She encouraged her son's affair. She had hurt her daughter-in-law with bitter words. She never learned to appreciate human warmth and kindness. With her hair and clothes unkept, she was more and more likely to have a glass of wine. She was now a pitiful sight. Her former regal beauty was long gone. No longer an elegant lady, but a proud old woman who still fancied herself a queen, but now without her loyal subjects and admirers. Kieran had the good sense not to bother Oberyn with vain requests to return. He wondered how his ex-wife managed to keep her mother's apartment in perfect order. Oberyn studied and worked. She'd gotten her diploma with honors. In her agency, she was known as an indispensable employee. Lately, she'd been seen several times in the company of Matthew, the electrician. Their friendship began unexpectedly with an unfortunate accident during a children's party. It was the hottest time of the year. Summer had just passed its second half. The thermometer was already afraid of heights, approaching the mark of plus 40 degrees Celsius. Split systems tiredly drove cool air in the hall for festive celebrations. On that July day, as the biggest joke, the clients had booked a themed party for their daughter based on Andersen's fairy tale, The Snow Queen. The highlight of the party was to be the outlandish ice cream cakes still waiting in the freezer. After playing around pretending to be a cotton candy snowdrift, the evening's host, Oberyn, realized that something had gone wrong. The heel of her sandals had gotten stuck in an unknown gap in the wooden floor. For the third time, the children walked in a joyful round dance around Gerda and Kai, who had found each other. Next came the transition to the feasting room, where drinks and desserts awaited. Matthew, who had been watching the dress rehearsal before, assessed the situation in a flash. The ex-military man, who had excellent physical fitness, a real giant with hard, as if carved out of stone features, picked up Oberyn in his arms, deftly pulled her feet out of her sandals, and as if nothing had happened, brought and sat her at the table with the children to the applause of the audience. "Matthew, help me out," she smiled warmly at him. I was at a loss. I didn't know what to do. "It's a pleasure to carry such a wonderful woman in your arms." The usually unkind electrician mumbled, shook her hand in embarrassment, and then disappeared out the door. Oberyn would not be rusty. She's not a nun, after all. The next day, the whole staff was already enjoying buns baked according to grandmother's old recipe. And the redhead whispered in the electrician's ear, "I baked them for you, Matthew. But there were so many of them, I thought I'd treat everyone." Matthew and Oberyn often walked home together from work. One day, out of the blue, the woman shared her idea with him. "I'm friends with a girl from a children's treatment center. Oberyn is friends with an orphan girl whose mother gave up her parental rights. Oberyn finds out what documents she needs to gather to formalize the girl's guardianship. However, she was persistently advised that the girl would be better off with a full family, since Oberyn had just divorced her husband." Already divorced, Oberyn explained. "Did I hear you were married?" Matthew wondered. "I'm not one to court a lady with a wedding ring. Would you take me on as daddy to your little friend?" "I'll think about it," Oberyn smiled slyly at him, looking a little like an oddly ginger-colored bear. "But I promise I won't be thinking for long." And she laughed out loud. At home that summer evening, Oberyn pulled a round box out of an old dresser. There was no exotic lady's charm hidden inside. Here lay a red-haired clown costume. Tomorrow, Oberyn was going to announce to the girl that she would soon have a new home with a foster mom and dad. Such news was a celebration for both of them. So it was decided to announce it to the girl not as Oberyn, but as Amelia the Red Clown. Let tomorrow in the children's ward of the orphanage will be a little brighter for everyone. Red-haired and desperate clowns, they are a bit of a magician. Just don't tell anyone about it. or people will torture them with requests for happiness. Happiness has to be earned. Otherwise, it's not real. Vivian decided to surprise her foreign fiancé and learned Italian, but accidentally overhearing his conversation. Before leaving the office, Vivian habitually looked at herself from head to toe in the large mirror by the door. Her blonde hair fell in waves over her exposed shoulders. The light dress beautifully outlined her slender figure. The length of her legs was emphasized by sandals on a low heel. The girl smiled at her reflection. Yes, she was completely satisfied with what she saw. She especially liked her own eyes, lately huge blue lakes, which now had a special light in them. They sparkled with joy, glowing with anticipation of happy changes. And love, of course. Yes, Vivian was in love for the first time in her 23 years. So much so that her heart jumped out of her chest at the mere thought of the person she loved. It turned out that all the romantic experiences that visited the girl before meeting him were not serious, even her feelings for Ben. Yes, beautiful, beautiful. Do not doubt it, smiled Vivian Amelie, a colleague about 15 years older than the girl. From the very beginning, she had taken care of the new young employee, who had just graduated from university, taking her under her wing. Vivian was grateful to Amelie for that. Thank you, she smiled radiantly at her colleague. Where are you going after work? On a date with your Italian. No, Vivian shook her head. You know, I decided to surprise him to learn Italian. It's the 10th lesson today, and I have to hurry. I decided not to tell him until later. He will be happy and surprised, of course. That's right, said Amelie. It is necessary to know the language. You never know. Vivian nodded, said goodbye to her colleague, and slipped out the door. A cab was waiting for her at the gate of the building. On the way to the language learning center, Vivian looked at the pictures on her phone. It was a long drive. The course was on the other side of the city. There was no place closer. English was taught in many places, but Italian only in this center. Apparently the language was not so popular, but it was easy enough to learn. Or maybe Vivian was so eager to speak the language of her beloved that she made rapid progress? Her teacher was very complimentary. Looking at the photos from last year's vacation in Rome, Vivian relived the pleasant moments over and over again. Here, against the background of St. Peter's Cathedral, she had no idea that a fateful meeting would soon await her. And here, not far from the Colosseum, Vivian had already fallen head over heels in love with the handsome Grace. He suddenly appeared in her life and immediately changed it, coloring it in 1,000 different colors, turning it into a kind of endless holiday. Energetic, lively, cheerful guy always infected Vivian with his positivity and good mood. And what compliments the temperamental Italian showered on the girl. They communicated in English. Vivian knew the language well, as she studied at a language school. Grace also knew it well, because she traveled a lot around the world and communicated with different people. The girl in general was incredibly open and sincere. She could find a common language with anyone. That trip to Italy was a gift from her parents. The girl graduated from the University of Economics with honors. Actually, economics never particularly attracted her. Vivian liked to take pictures. She got great pictures. She preferred portraits. Many noted that the girl managed to emphasize the inner beauty and uniqueness of people. Yes, you are a real talent, more than once exclaimed Ben. The same Ben with whom Vivian was in love all her school years. But he only saw her as a friend. Between young people since childhood were warm, close relations, however, purely amicable. Girlfriends also praised Vivian in the photo and often asked to shoot them for social networks. Nobody takes pictures of me as beautifully as you do, Trixie, a neighbor and part-time best friend declared. There's no Photoshop required on these photos of you, because you're very beautiful yourself, Vivian smiled at her friend. No, Trixie sighed. I'm fat and I have a potato nose and small eyes. But in your pictures, yes, I'm beautiful. Too bad they're the only pictures. But you're really beautiful from every angle and in every light. Vivian knew it was true. Ever since she was a child, Vivian had heard people complimenting her on her looks. She was blonde with correct facial features and huge blue eyes, graceful, fragile, with translucent skin. Vivian herself would like her skin to be darker. But she did not even tan, no matter how much she used special creams. Friends and relatives chorused about the beauty and delicate appearance of her porcelain skin. So in the end, Vivian accepted her aristocratic pallor. Still, she had always liked swarthy people. They seemed bright, strong, incredibly attractive and beautiful. So after graduating from university, Vivian first went on a trip abroad without her parents. She was accompanied by the same faithful Trixie. She had long since earned money on her own after graduating from college and could afford to pay for the trip. It was an unforgettable vacation. The friends spent the first half of the day walking around the historical sites of Rome with a tour group, as part of which they came to Italy. And then they had their own time to get acquainted with the city. The girls visited everywhere. They saw all the sights, walked along the labyrinths of narrow, confusing streets, sat in restaurants and inspected showrooms. But the greatest pleasure for the friends was to spend time on the beach. The girls quickly realized how to get there. You take a train at the local station. Half an hour and you are already in a paradise place with white sandy beaches, where turquoise waves roll up on the shore. My friends usually settled down under a free umbrella, of which there were always plenty. They took turns going to the sea, one to look after things, the other to splash in the warm waves. At one of these moments, when Vivian was left guarding the beach bags, he approached her. Vivian had long ago realized that her appearance, blonde hair, pale skin, is attractive to Italians. They are swarthy, with black hair, dark eyes. Blonde, for them, a miracle of wonders. The girl constantly received compliments on her appearance, and not only from men. Vivian, in turn, was charmed by Italians so friendly, smiling, and very, very beautiful. Vivian already had a lot of pictures of smiling, swarthy faces in her phone. You could make an exhibition. They were all so interesting, sincere, and lively. But Grace was special, the most special. Almond-shaped black eyes, a beautiful tanned body, a cap of curly hair the color of a crow's wing. Bright orange bathing shorts emphasized the darker shade of his skin. His arms and chest were literally burning with muscle. The guy had clearly spent quite a bit of time at the gym, but he didn't look skewed, just athletic. He then crouched down in front of Vivian, who was taking a salty bath, and smiled broadly at her. His cheeks formed charming dimples, which finally conquered the girl. "Hello," he said in not-so-perfect English. "My name is Grace. And you? How do you like the beach?" "I'm Vivian." From excitement, the girl could hardly form a phrase in English, although she knew it well since childhood. What English? Even in Russian, Vivian would not immediately find an answer. Such a handsome man. And not just handsome, but Grace had a special energy about him. He seemed to mesmerize Vivian with his black eyes and his open smile. "Beautiful," the young man grinned. "If you think this beach is beautiful, you haven't seen real beauty." Vivian could argue that she could see the real beauty right in front of her. "I wish I could take a picture of this handsome guy. But it's kind of embarrassing to ask." Usually the girl didn't hesitate to ask such a question to people. Only now it was different. Her heart was pounding in her chest like frantic palms in the gym. At the same time, Vivian desperately hoped that her interlocutor did not notice her excitement. There's a deserted beach nearby, just next door, and only the locals know about it. There are no tourists there. And there, it's much better and more interesting, the guy told her, keeping his eyes on Vivian. In his gaze, the girl saw interest and admiration. Vivian knew, of course, that she had an attractive appearance. Others often looked at her that way. However, their gazes did not have such a hypnotic effect on the girl. It had never happened to her before. Vivian sat down on the towel. The boy, after asking permission, settled down next to her. From the realization that he cared for her, Vivian literally blossomed before her eyes. "This is so great. It's incredible," she exclaimed. "Why don't we go to that deserted and beautiful beach and go for a swim? You, me, and my friend. I've been watching you guys for a long time. I've noticed that you're not alone." Vivian tensed. The idea seemed both tempting and dangerous. After all, she didn't know this man at all. Although on an intuitive level, the girl already trusted her new acquaintance completely. Still, Vivian had always been distinguished by rationality. And she couldn't just go out with Grace like that. He noticed it and slapped his forehead with the palm of his hand. "I'm a fool. I didn't even think about what it looked like from the outside." "A stranger lures two girls into a deserted place," he said. "I'm sorry, I just lost my head at your beauty. Immediately, I wanted to show you my favorite place, to share my impressions. My mom always says I talk first and think later. That's my trouble. Grace's remorse looked so comical that Vivian relaxed and smiled again. She wouldn't risk leaving the beach with a guy she didn't know, even if he was so handsome. But she didn't want to break up with him now either. If Grace left, they'd probably never see each other again. Rome is a big city. Why? What if I invited you and your friend somewhere a little more crowded? As if he'd read her mind, Grace suggested it. For example, there's a disco in town tonight at my favorite bar. It'll be fun. Will you come? Vivian immediately said yes. She'd definitely get Trixie to go to the event. She wouldn't even have to persuade her friend. She would be happy to spend the evening in a fun and interesting way. And then Trixie came to replace Vivian at her post. Seeing Grace, Vivian was a little embarrassed. Of course she was. Anyone would be confused by those beautiful black eyes. Trixie, always a little embarrassed by her fullness, stood half-turned toward Grace. She thought she looked slimmer that way. Vivian immediately realized that her friend was instinctively trying to present herself in the most favorable light. But after a couple minutes, Trixie's embarrassment was gone. Just like Vivian, she was mesmerized by the young man's every word and laughed at his witty jokes. The time flew by. The young people talked, becoming closer and clearer to each other. That day they laughed a lot, played beach volleyball, had fun on the beach. It was wonderful. Grace was polite, alert, and with Trixie. But both girls realized who was the real reason for his presence in this small company. Vivian melted with happiness as she caught Grace's admiring gaze. The sun was already sinking when they left for the hotel. "We must go," Vivian said regretfully. "I don't want to leave, but we have to get ready for tonight." "I'll be waiting for you," Grace smiled at them. "We won't be going away for long." "I don't know how to suggest it without scaring you. Why don't I give you a ride to the hotel? I have a car right here in the parking lot." The friends looked at each other. They both had the same thoughts in their heads. On the one hand, they didn't want to take the train and then spend half an hour in it. The girls were a little tired from the water and the sun, the abundance of impressions. And there was a party waiting for them, for which they had to prepare thoroughly. It was much better to spend some more time with the talkative, cheerful Grace. And I wanted to see his car. Grace seemed like a man you could trust. Except that if all intruders were like intruders, there would be no crime. The girlfriends had their doubts. Grace looked calmly at the girls, waiting for an answer. Vivian suddenly, without expecting it, blurted out, "Yes, give us a ride, please." "Thank you very much." It seemed to Vivian that if they refused now, Grace would be offended, and she didn't want to offend him at all. Trixie nodded with a smile, confirming her friend's words. Grace brightened. The parking lot was spacious yet packed. No wonder the weather was hot, and many people had flocked to the beach to enjoy the warm, gentle waves. Grace led the girls over to a beautiful sports car. Vivian and Trixie looked at it. They didn't know much about makes, but it was clearly not a cheap car. The sleek, dark green, streamlined, a little predatory and incredibly beautiful iron horse suited its owner very well. "Did you like my friend?" Grace smiled contentedly. "I've recently added to my collection. I love cars like this." Collection. Vivian suddenly looked at Grace with different eyes. There on the beach, he had seemed simple, natural, very close. But Grace must be very rich. He had a collection of automobiles. Vivian felt embarrassed again in his presence. Wealthy people are like representatives of another world. How to communicate with them, how to fit in. "Come on," Grace suddenly put his arm around Vivian in a reassuring way. His warmth and sincerity removed the awkwardness of the moment. The girls looked at each other and slipped into the cool cabin. The way he looked at you, Trixie shared her impressions in the room. She had already showered and was working on her hair, twisting it into tight curls. If someone looked at me like that, how happy I'd be. Am I exaggerating? Vivian argued. Now that Grace wasn't around, it seemed to her that she had made up his looks of admiration for herself, just because she wanted to. She'd gotten it into her head that this handsome man, who also happened to be rich, was looking at her in a special way. But in fact, Grace is just having fun, meeting cute tourists, having fun with them. just because he's sociable. And the blonde Vivian with her white skin and blue eyes is exotic for him. An interesting novelty, nothing more. No way, Trixie exclaimed. He's really fascinated by you. You could see it from the outside. Trixie's friend dispelled Vivian's doubts. I'm even a little jealous. Don't worry, Vivian said brightly. She was very encouraged by Trixie's words. We're looking for a handsome man for you tonight. Grace picked the girls up exactly at the appointed time. The friends got into his car without any fear. This time the guy was on another iron horse, a black Mercedes. I think this car is more suitable for the evening, he smiled, seeing the perplexity in the eyes of the girls. Mercedes is elegant and beautiful, just like you. Vivian's attention was not lost on Grace, who looked at her with admiring eyes. It was no wonder the girl had done her best. She was wearing her favorite tight little black dress, emphasizing the graceful lines of her figure. It suited the girl, and she knew it very well. Diplomatic Grace showered compliments on both friends, but Vivian felt that his heart belonged to her. The guy didn't hide it. It was a marvelous evening, delicious wine, fiery dancing, fun until morning. Grace introduced the girls to his friends. There wasn't much socializing going on. First, the music was so loud that it was impossible to hear the interlocutor. Secondly, the language barrier. Not all of Grace's friends knew English. Nevertheless, the friends had a lot of fun. At the end of the evening, Grace even dared to kiss Vivian. They were dancing, pressed against each other, among a crowd of similarly heated young people. And then that kiss. Vivian was dizzy with surprise and emotion. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself, he smiled, looking his companion in the eyes. You are so beautiful. You have no idea how beautiful you are. After these words, Vivian kissed Grace. He embraced her. It seemed to both of them that they were alone on the dance floor, but in fact they were surrounded by hundreds of people. Grace and Vivian met every day since then. At first, Trixie accompanied the couple everywhere, but soon she refused to be the third extra. I feel like I'm just in the way, like the fifth wheel on a cart, she admitted. No, you can have your romantic rendezvous without me, Trixie admitted. Vivian didn't mind. Indeed, she felt freer and happier alone with Grace. They took many walks. Grace showed the girl the sights that are usually inaccessible to the eyes of a tourist. The real old Rome, ancient and striking. And they also visited the beach, to which Grace had called her friends at the beginning of their acquaintance. It turned out to be a really beautiful place, hidden from prying eyes by low rocks. A kind of paradise cove. Soft sand heated by the sun, huge boulders, gentle waves, and nobody, absolutely nobody around. This piece of land was a whole world that belonged only to Grace and Vivian. I want to live here with you forever, and never go anywhere, Grace confessed more than once, hugging Vivian, and she felt the same way. The young people got to know each other better and better. Grace told about himself. It turned out that he was the son of rich parents. His family owned several wineries. We have a lot of vineyards in the province. Grace shared details of his life. I have been accustomed to labor since childhood. I know everything about wine production from the very basics. My father says that the man who will get our empire must be able not only to give orders. Grace had an apartment in Rome, and he'd come here for a vacation once in a while, like now. But the guy lived with his parents in the province, near the largest of the family factories and a huge vineyard in the family estate. Apparently, it was a huge house with a beautiful, spacious garden and even a stable on the territory. Grace loved horseback riding. Recently, the guy, like Vivian, graduated from university. Only the girl studied economics and the young man studied management. Grace loved to travel. He told Vivian a lot about his trips, where the guy has not only visited Europe, Asia, Africa. Grace saw Stalinist monasteries and ruins of Mayan temples, admired the Grand Canyon, and photographed against the backdrop of Niagara Falls. Vivian listened to him with her mouth open in amazement. Wow! They were almost the same age. Grace had indeed traveled extensively and had a wealth of life experience, having worked in the family business since his youth. His generosity and attention to Vivian pays off. He gives her expensive gifts, pays all the expenses during their dates. His gallantry and aristocratic manners impressed the girl. At the same time, the upcoming parting is very hard for both of them. Vivian is very attached to Grace. He has become for her a literally vital person just for this short time. Grace also clearly does not want to part with his favorite girl. However, he tries to reassure her, saying that this is not the end, but only the beginning of their relationship. Their fates are already intertwined, and they will not lose each other despite the physical separation. Gracie is soon to leave Rome as well. It is obvious that very deep feelings have developed between them in this short time. A difficult period of separation awaits them, but they hope to continue their relationship despite the distance and obstacles. The final scene at the night fountain is very touching and romantic. Work, business. I only stayed in LA. For you. It was my happiest 3 weeks. They were my happiest, too, Vivian said, holding back tears. I don't want to break up with you. We'll keep in touch. Social networks, messengers. I'll write to you every day, even every hour. If you don't mind, of course. Of course, I'm all for it, exclaimed the girl. But such communication, it's still not the same. I understand. I'll miss you too. I've never felt like this before. And as soon as business permits, I'll come and see you right away. I'll do that. I'm looking forward to it. Vivian left in tears. Grace drove her friends to the bus station, where a tourist bus was waiting for them. For a while, the guy accompanied them on his sports car, and then he left. All the way, Vivian looked at the photo of her lover. She took it on the eve of departure at the same fountain, where she couldn't stand it and cried in the arms of a young man. Grace smiled from the screen of the smartphone, but in his eyes read the sadness of the upcoming long parting. It was the photo that caught Vivian's eye now when she was browsing through the gallery section on her way to the language course. The girl smiled, remembering the touching moment. It seemed then that the separation would be eternal. Vivian had been afraid. Very afraid that Grace would quickly forget her. As they say, out of sight, out of mind. Vivian even shared her fears with the young man that last night and introduced him to a popular Russian, saying, "Well, I know another suitable phrase," said the boy, looking earnestly into Vivian's eyes. "Separation is like the wind, small passions are extinguished. But the big ones are only blown away. My feelings for you are so great that separation will only make them stronger and stronger. I miss you already." Grace kept his promise. He did write to Vivian often, sending cheerful messages, asking questions about her life, telling her about himself. Sometimes he sent her pictures of vineyards, sea, rocks. The lovers were constantly in touch. Surprisingly, Grace was right. Separation really strengthened their relationship. Young people recognized each other closer and closer. They became relatives, learned to feel each other at a distance. Grace periodically made surprises to his beloved. Hundreds of kilometers were not a hindrance for him. The guy often ordered the delivery of flowers and sweets. It was always unexpected and caused a smile and surprise to Vivian. She was pleased that Grace cared about her, trying to please her, even being so far away. On New Year's Eve, Grace gave her beloved a present. A courier delivered to her home an evening dress from a famous couturier. In it, Vivian, and went to the first corporate party in her life. There she made a real sensation. Men were lining up to dance with her. The lady did not refuse the cavaliers, but all attempts to continue the relationship stopped at the root. Her heart was no longer free. Vivian waited for Grace. He promised he'd come, so he would. The boy loves her so much. And Vivian was crazy about him. They're going to be together. Her parents knew about her daughter's relationship with a foreigner, but they didn't pay much attention to it. A holiday romance, Mom smiled. I know how dizzying they can be. I know it from hearsay, by the way. Just don't count on anything. Relationships like that are quick to start, but just as quick to forget. Trixie, too, thought there'd be no sequel to the torrid affair. Californians are just temperamental, unlike our guys. They know how to woo. Grace is cool, but I don't think he's really coming. If he did, he would have been here a long time ago. I mean, it's been almost a year. But Vivian didn't believe what her family said. She knew that Grace was just busy. He was helping his father run his business. And that's not easy. Grace would come to see Vivian if he promised. There was a lot going on in the girl's life at the time. After returning from a memorable trip, Vivian got her first job in her life. Thanks to her father's connections, she was hired by a local oil company as an economist. The salary turned out to be such that the girl aghast when she saw the size of the transfer for the first time. Wow. So now I'll be able to provide for myself. And with a lot of dignity, Vivian exclaimed. Well, we have a very grown-up girl, said on the day of the first paycheck at the family dinner Mom. Maybe it's time for you to move out and start living on your own. I think so, too, smiled the father, who looked proudly at his grown-up daughter, so beautiful, intelligent, and successful. A successful outcome of parental care and investment. Vivian clapped her hands with joy, just like a little girl. She had had her own apartment for a long time. Her father had bought it for her when she turned 18. It's your future, he said then. The apartment was wonderful, spacious, bright, located in the center of the city. Vivian was afraid to imagine how much it cost. But then, as a student, she could not move into a new home. You're not ready to live on your own yet, her mother said. Let it stand for now. The apartment is not going anywhere. We'll renovate it slowly. And you study, you'll grow up. Then you will move in, nodded my father. And now, in the opinion of her parents, the daughter, who began to earn money herself, was quite ready to live separately. A new job, a new apartment, a new relationship, albeit at a distance. So many impressions, so many emotions. Life was booming, playing with bright colors. Vivian sometimes envied herself. All she needed to be happy was Grace by her side. Communication via video link was one thing, but the feeling of his warm hands on her shoulders was quite another. And recently he showed up at the doorstep of her new apartment. Grace had called the day before, unexpectedly, and warned him that he would send a courier in the morning with flowers and a small gift. When the bell rang, Vivian assumed it was a messenger. She opened the door and was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. On the threshold stood Grace. He was holding a bouquet of roses. The guy was smiling broadly. Vivian's legs even gave out. She gasped. Grace deftly took Vivian by the waist. They walked into the apartment arm in arm. She didn't go to work that day. She called her boss and took the day off. She couldn't leave Grace when he was finally around. That same morning, Grace proposed to Vivian. He didn't wait. I want you to be my wife, he said, squeezing Vivian's wrist firmly but gently. I realize that I cannot without you. This separation has not been easy for me. I thought of you every minute. I wanted to be near you all the time. I can't go on like this. Marry me. We'll go and live in my apartment in Rome, just you and me. Do you agree? Vivian wrapped her arms around Grace's neck and kissed him instead of answering. Of course she agreed. Moreover, to hear such words from the lips of her beloved was her cherished dream, which was coming true right now. Her parents, having learned about their daughter's decision, of course, panicked at first. How is it so? You will live in a foreign country, away from us. You never know. And what if they hurt you there? Mom lamented. But after getting acquainted with Grace, my parents changed their opinion. The young man charmed them. They accepted the fact that the daughter will live in Italy with her beloved husband, and even rejoiced for her. And Grace generally liked everyone with whom Vivian introduced him. But you bet people are always attracted by sincerity, friendliness, sense of humor, energy. Grace had plenty of those. The only person who was not properly impressed by the handsome, wealthy Italian was Ben. Vivian frowned, remembering her childhood friend. He usually supported her in everything. How many times he had helped her out, protected her, comforted her. But this one was acting strangely. Trixie says it's jealousy. She says Ben's been in love with Vivian since he was a kid. That's why he won't accept Grace. But her friend is clearly mistaken. Vivian's been in love with Ben for a long time. What about him? He's only seen her as a friend from the beginning. When she was a teenager, she used to cry into her pillow at night because of it. What else could it be? She tried so hard to please her classmates, she chose outfits, did her makeup, tried to do her hair. And then she'd see him on the gymnasium in the arms of another girl. Was Ben the only one who found something in these girls? Vivian looked out the window of the cab as it passed the movie theater. How many times had she and Ben run here for horror movie screenings? Both loved such thrilling plots with unexpected turns of events. Vivian, of course, cowardly squeezed her eyes shut at the scary moments. Ben held her hand tightly, keeping his gaze on the screen. The girl hoped that someday in the darkness of the movie hall, her classmate would hug her. Maybe even kiss her, like his many girlfriends. But it never happened. "You're such a great friend," Ben said when Vivian let him copy his homework or help him with algebra. "You're so easy for me to talk to. Always accepting, always supportive. You're even better than the guys." Those were very dubious compliments for Vivian. She wanted Ben to see her not as a friend, but as her favorite girl. But it didn't work out. The childhood crush had faded. How many times can you knock on a closed door? But what remained were strong friendships. And Trixie? She doesn't get it. She got some other jealousy thing going on? Yeah, Ben's just teasing her, that's all. It's his usual way of talking to her. He called his friend's fiancée nothing but Angelica. Another convention. Too bad we don't know each other. I'd be texting her too, he said wryly. His name is Grace. What kind of name is that? I think it's feminine, masculine. It's actually Italian. Maybe your name sounds feminine to him too. It sounds like Andrea. Is that his cousin's sister's name? I don't care what he thinks it sounds like. He's Grace. That's all. Grace means angel, and Angel Ben is the one with the wings and the halo over his head. Thinking back on those joking exchanges, Vivian was smiling now. He's funny after all. Ben's sarcasm sometimes confused her, but Vivian was sure that if anything happened, he would come to her rescue. It would be a pity to part with him, friends and parents. But most importantly, Grace would be there for her, the man who made her heart beat so fast that it seemed to be about to jump out of her chest. Grace had been living with Vivian for almost 3 weeks now. Now he had the opportunity to leave the business for a while, but he had to return soon, and he intended to come home with his wife. The wedding was scheduled for the end of next month. It couldn't be sooner. All the nearest dates were taken. There were only a few weeks left. Preparations were in full swing at the mutual desire of the bride and groom. The wedding was to be a modest celebration in the circle of the closest people. True, the parents were a little disappointed. It turns out that they literally, from the birth of their little girl, dreamed of seeing their daughter in a bride's outfit and dance at her wedding to cheerful compositions. And here it is. And Grace's relatives aren't going to be there. As if the father cannot leave the business, and the mother, respectively, does not want to fly without her husband. Oh, that's okay. Then you'll get to know each other when you come to visit us, the daughter reassured her parents. We will show you Italy. Wonderful country. It's still strange somehow, not human, shook her head Mom. Even with the groom's relatives have not met once. But in the end, the parents accepted the decision of the newlyweds. The main thing that the daughter was happy. They saw the joy in Vivian's eyes when she was with Grace. Then so be it. The cab stopped at the porch of the Language Learning Center. Vivian paid the driver and went to class. Today was an interesting subject. Vivian was beginning to understand Italian speech, but only when people spoke slowly and clearly. And Grace, when communicating in his native language, spoke very fast. Basically, a lot of Italians talk like that. When the guy talked to his relatives or friends via video link, they answered him at the same pace, quickly and emotionally. Vivian could only make out individual words, and the meaning of the phrases eluded her. That was all right. Rome wasn't built at once either. She would learn. True, Vivian did not tell her fiancé about her lessons. She was preparing a surprise for the young man. He would be surprised when Vivian once addressed him in the purest Italian. The girl was fluent in English and French. Probably because of this, learning Italian was so fast. Vivian was far ahead of her classmates, so she was transferred to the next level ahead of schedule. And now she had almost mastered the next stage. Vivian wandered leisurely through the park, in her own thoughts. The wedding date was approaching. Grace was still staying with her. It was wonderful. While Vivian worked, he cleaned the rooms, cooked delicious Italian meals. Often he would greet his fiancée with a perfectly set table plates with the next culinary masterpiece, a bottle of luxury wine, even candles. Life with him resembled a magical, romantic, beautiful fairy tale. What would happen when they moved to Italy? Lately, however, Vivian, who was making progress in Italian, began to notice something strange. Grace was often talking to someone, with a man's voice coming out of the receiver. It sounded like the person he was talking to was unhappy about something. Vivian could make out individual words, as it was hard to hear. Debt's police crook Grace kept reassuring the man, assuring him that everything would be resolved soon. He did it in an exaggeratedly calm tone, probably so that Vivian would not guess the trouble. Most likely her lover did not want to upset her. The guy didn't even suspect that his fiancée now understood Italian, so he thought that the girl did not know about anything. And Vivian? She still shared her concerns with Trixie. Vivian shrugged her shoulders. Who else to share it with? Her parents had only recently gotten used to the idea of their daughter marrying a foreigner and moving to another country for permanent residence. No, they cannot be worried unnecessarily. There remains a faithful friend. She always listens and supports. What's so strange? Trixie dismissed it. He's a businessman. A business is always some kind of problem that has to be dealt with as it comes. It's just business as usual for him. That's why he seems calm. I think this man is threatening him, calling him a crook and threatening the police. I wouldn't worry if I were you. Your Grace will handle it. He's an experienced businessman. You're working yourself up, and he's not even paying much attention to the person he's talking to. But if you're so worried about it, just talk to Grace, and it'll all work out, Trixie suggested. No, Vivian smiled. I don't want him to know I'm learning Italian yet. Let it be a surprise. You're a picture, Trixie grinned. How do you want it? Vivian wandered through the park where she loved to play with her friends as a child. Just next to the road you cross it and the native yard, her parents' house. Today after work, Vivian decided to stop by her parents' house to pick up some documents. The upcoming meeting was a joy. The girl was quickly beginning to miss both her mom and dad. It was still unclear to her how she would be able to be without them for so long. You can't go to another country very often. Everything. So she would have to communicate through the laptop screen. By the way, Grace is as reverent as his fiancée is about her mother. He often calls her and talks to her via video link. Future mother-in-law Vivian is still a very young and spectacular woman. She has the same as her son's expressive eyes, black eyebrows, well-defined lips, and swarthy skin. And this woman's hair always looks like she just came out of a beauty parlor, dark, shiny, slightly curly. Yes, this lady is gorgeous. No wonder the wife of a successful businessman, owner of several wineries and hundreds of hectares of vineyards, must live up to her status. Vivian, too, would eventually become an elegant woman like her mother-in-law. Grace's mother smiled at Vivian from her laptop screen, spoke to her in Italian, and generally seemed friendly. Grace had said more than once that his mother was pleased with her son's choice. You are a wonderful girl, very beautiful, sweet, well-mannered, he passed on the words of his mother. And my mother also thinks that we will make wonderful children, her grandchildren, because we are very different in appearance. And such a mix of genes is always interesting. Vivian smiled then. At that time she was not as fluent in Italian as she is now. That's why she couldn't communicate with her future relative who didn't know English. But she was very anxious to do so. Grace's mother seemed to be a very pleasant and interesting conversationalist. They will surely find a common language. It was true that more often mother and son talked on the phone. Vivian heard sometimes fragments of their conversations, only Grace's lines because his mother spoke quietly. They seemed to be discussing plans for the future. At least Grace kept promising her that everything would be fixed very soon, and he would fix everything as soon as he got there. Apparently, the woman just missed her son very much. Vivian. Hello, a very familiar male voice sounded behind her. The girl turned around and couldn't hold back a smile. Ben was rushing towards her, spreading his arms for a friendly hug. How long it's been since we've seen each other. We used to spend so much time together. You look great. Ben praised Vivian with an attentive look. Despite the fact that she would soon be Grace's wife, Vivian felt butterflies in her stomach at the compliment. Her body must have reacted in the usual way. Vivian had been secretly in love with Ben for so long, and he had only seen her as a friend. Yeah, Ben was a great friend. And from the bullies Vivian protected, and with the boys teased her in a manly talk, and in the evenings met a neighbor at the bus stop when her father could not. Vivian was choreographing at the time. Rehearsals ended late, and the road from the bus stop to home in the dark seemed dangerous to the girl. But next to Ben, smiling, cheerful, reliable, she always felt like behind a stone wall. They were classmates from the 1st to the 11th grade, sometimes even sitting at the same desk, but they were usually quickly seated. Ben shamelessly cheated from the excellent Vivian, and she only encouraged it. Of course, such a thing could not pass the attention of teachers, so they covered it up. But Vivian managed to pass the cheat sheets to Ben, even when they were sitting at different ends of the class. Ben was very good-looking, tall, athletic, cheerful, with green eyes framed by thick lashes and hair the color of ripe wheat. He had the right facial features. Since he was a little boy, he had been a joker and the soul of the company. He played sports and guitar. He also read a lot, though more fiction and adventure novels. If he swallowed textbooks with the same zeal, he would be an excellent student. But the guy was attracted to other things: socializing, parties, hiking. Around him always hovered people's secret and frank admirers, buddies, friends. He was like a magnet for adventure and often became the hero of interesting stories. His life was like a soap opera. Vivian used to be desperately jealous when she saw Ben strolling along with his girlfriend. But he never noticed. He told her about his girlfriends. At first, he admiringly described the girl's virtues, and after a while he shared his disappointment and sadness. Vivian always listened to his friend and, if necessary, supported him with a word or gave valuable advice. "You understand me like no one else," Ben confessed more than once. "It's even strange, as if you could read my mind." "It's because we grew up together," she smiled back. "I guess that's why it's so easy with you. It feels so good." Vivian nodded in response. She felt exactly the same way, only she also wanted Ben to hug her, to kiss her, to hold her close. Only Vivian had never once even hinted to the guy about her feelings. Why not? Because she was afraid, I guess. Because what if confessing would push Ben away from her? And even if it didn't, it would make things awkward between them. It's not going to be as easy and pleasant as it was before. No, let it go on as it was. However, once Vivian was still close to opening up to a childhood friend. Then 18-year-old Ben, a second-year student at a local engineering school, suddenly decided to get married. The news came as a thunderbolt to Vivian. She still hoped that one day the guy would pay attention to her, not only as a friend. It happens. But if Ben gets married, Vivian's dream will not come true. The guy's girlfriend was a classmate. Vivian often saw them together. She was a spectacular person, with a lush shape and bright red hair. Not like Vivian herself, thin, almost transparent, and pale as a moth. At that moment, the girl saw herself as unassuming and unattractive. At least Ben's future wife certainly outshone her with her brightness and temperament. Before the wedding, Ben walked around a little anxious. He tried to behave as before, joking, having fun, making jokes. But Vivian could see that her childhood friend had something wrong with him. "Why did you decide to get married so early?" One day she dared to ask a direct question. "I still have to study and study. I'll have to work here. What about university?" Vivian knew that Ben had dreamed of becoming a ship mechanic since childhood. That's why he went to engineering school. It took a lot of hard work, but he did it. And he was very proud of it. You see, then looked seriously at Vivian. "Ben, she's expecting a baby, so there's not much of a way out." "Do you love her?" Vivian blurted out before she could think about what she was saying. "Yes, I do. Of course I love her," Ben said, a little uncertainly. How many tears Vivian had shed afterward, face buried in her pillow. Now she felt sorry not only for herself, who had lost her last hope of happiness with the man she loved. She felt sorry for Ben, too. She'd realized during that brief conversation that her friend was clearly unhappy, not by accident, because of circumstances. It had happened that way. Of course, Ben would marry the girl. He's always been honest and responsible, and then he'll spend the rest of his life suffering with a wife he doesn't love. Vivian sobbed over this life tragedy that could never be undone. But the wedding never took place. One day, Ben overheard the bride talking to another guy. In this dialogue, she admitted to that young man that the child is definitely his, swore, cited evidence, the timing of their dates. Her interlocutor clearly did not want to get married, so the lady had no other choice but to set up a date with Ben. You see, Ben shared the details of the story with Vivian. She told me over the phone that when she found out she was pregnant and I didn't want to get married, she decided to dump the baby on me. I didn't realize why she was so clingy to me at parties, even though she'd never noticed before. I was naive. After that night, she told me she was expecting a baby with me, and we need to formalize our relationship sooner rather than later. Of course, when Ben heard this dialogue, he demanded an explanation. His fiancée tried to make up something, somehow to get out of the situation. But Ben had already heard everything with his own ears. He then met with the child's real father to make sure, and he confirmed it. He also cursed Ben with a swear word and a naive young man. In the end, the man married his desperate girlfriend and recognized the baby, and Ben was spared having to live with someone he didn't love and learned a valuable lesson. So in the end, everything ended well for everyone. From then on, Ben became more careful. Now he was more careful about choosing girls and never made such mistakes again. Ben graduated from college and, as he had once dreamed, got a job on a ship as a mechanical engineer. Their town was located on the bank of a large, full-flowing river. Steamships and cargo ships traveled along it, so the demand for smart specialists was high. A river. It's great, of course, but I dream of big water. I wish I could go to the sea sometimes. Ben shared his thoughts with Vivian. But you have to move somewhere, don't you? Said the girl. Yes, you're right, Ben agreed. But it's for the best new places, new life. It's getting crowded here. Vivian felt uneasy at the thought of not having Ben around. She was so used to him. She could call Ben at any time of the day or night to ask for help and know that he would be there. Ben had proven his reliability time and time again. He'd picked up Vivian and her friends from the nightclub when suspicious guys were hitting on them that night. The girls were afraid, but Ben came to pick them up in his used car. He had just recently gotten his license at the time, and his father had bought him a practice car. And with the repair of the roof at his father's cottage, Vivian helped. His parents even jokingly called the neighbor boy their son-in-law. He didn't mind. And once there was a funny case, Vivian stayed the night alone. Her parents had gone to the village to visit relatives. It was summer, it was hot, and suddenly the girl noticed a huge spider on the wall. She'd never seen such a thing before. It was the size of her fist. Of course, the girl squealed loudly and then dialed Ben. He rushed over and spent an hour trying to catch the monster. Finally, the guy managed to cover the spider with a pelvis and shove it into a jar. Later, it turned out to be the pet of their upstairs neighbor. He kept rare insects in his terrarium, and this spider escaped during feeding, and on some passages got to Vivian's apartment. The girl was grateful to Ben for all these situations. To know that you have a person who is always ready to help, it is worth a lot. Of course, Vivian didn't want him to go anywhere out of town, although her childhood crush, as she thought, had already passed at that point. But a trusted friend is even better. Lovers quarrel and separate, but friendship is forever. And now they met by chance in the park and were very happy to see each other. "Are you going to your parents?" Ben asked. Yes, Vivian smiled at him. "I'm getting the papers together because the wedding is coming up. Then we're going to Italy right away." "Italy?" Ben grimaced. "You've thought this decision over so well, haven't you?" "Of course I have. Why are you reacting this way?" "Why don't we sit down on the bench and talk?" Ben suggested. Vivian nodded. She didn't mind. She always enjoyed spending time with a friend. "You see," the boy began, as they settled down on the bench under the lantern. "It's a shame about that one, Grace." "His name is Grace," Vivian corrected angrily. She didn't like it when Ben called her fiancé so disparagingly. "All right, Grace is kind of slippery, insincere. I've seen him a couple times, but I've noticed that he's going out of his way to make everyone like him, and everyone's falling for it." "Everyone but you?" "Yes, except me." Ben nodded his head. "Don't you think you're making a big mistake now? You're safe here. You have friends, parents, a job, an apartment. You're protected from every angle and out there. I can't protect you there." That last sentence struck a deep chord in Vivian's soul. Ben. He was so used to protecting her that he was afraid to let her go to a foreign country because he couldn't look after her. "I don't need protecting," Vivian smiled at him. "Grace and I love each other. We have a wonderful relationship. I saw Trixie the other day. She says your husband's having some business problems. What a talker, Vivian said jokingly. Yes, I was sharing my worries with her. Grace was discussing his problems with someone on the phone. Well, it's okay, he'll get over it. Businessmen have problems all the time. They happen all the time. I wish he'd solved his problems first, then gone to his fiancée. Ben shook his head. A normal man would have done that. You're acting like the strict older brother I never had. Vivian grinned. But it feels good. If you'd gotten to know Grace better, you might have liked him. I doubt it. Ben shook his head. He's slippery. He's got something dirty on his mind. I'm a good judge of character. That's why I almost married that redhead who tricked you into getting pregnant. He reminded Vivian of an incident from his youth. She thought the boy was going to smile and say something funny, but he only shook his head seriously and said, "Well, you compare. I was almost a child then, an 18-year-old kid. I'm not that man anymore. I can see Grace is up to something. I don't want you to be his victim or a means to some end." That's ridiculous. He loves me. That's what Trixie tells me. And that Italian looks at you with admiration. He anticipates your every wish and showering you with gifts. But you good and honest girls don't need much. You're easily fooled. But what do you think it would profit Grace to marry me? Vivian put her hand on Ben's shoulder. A friendly, soothing gesture. Money. A marriage of convenience. But that's silly. He's a rich man. I'm the daughter of middle-class parents. So what's the catch? Are you sure he's that rich? Did you ask him for his real estate documents? Did you even look at his passport? Did you see his income statement? What are you talking about? No, of course not. I didn't ask him any of that. It's obvious. He lived in Italy, he drove around in fancy cars, and he paid for us everywhere. He gave me expensive gifts and even paid for our wedding. A modest dinner at a restaurant. You don't need a lot of money for that. And your presents aren't that fancy. Trixie told me all about it with delight. Of course he had her fooled. But bouquets of flowers, candy, even a dress. It's not like your rich man's that broke. Even a student can afford that. Is that really the point? Vivian was getting angry. Why are you even picking on him? I'm sorry, Ben suddenly softened. It's just that I'm very, very afraid for you. You know, worried. Don't be. I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be great. I hope so. The conversation with Ben had thrown Vivian off balance. Until that dialogue, she'd thought she was doing the right thing. But her childhood friend had touched a note of doubt in her soul. Vivian herself was tormented by a vague premonition, something elusive. Grace behaved impeccably, still looked at the bride with admiration, still tried to please her in everything. He also showered her with compliments and spoke of their wonderful future together. But sometimes there was something in his gaze. Either discontent or contempt. The girl wrote it off as homesickness and concern about the affairs left so long in Italy. Probably Grace was worried about how things were going without him there. But nothing. Soon they will fly to Italy and live happily ever after. Just like in a fairy tale. It's a little scary, of course. Another country, another mentality. Everything is completely different. No friends around, no relatives. Ben's right about that. On the other hand, they will all come to visit her, and Vivian will gladly introduce them to a wonderful sunny country. Beautiful streets, gentle sea, smiling passers-by. Not at all like the streets of their hometown. Most importantly, she and Grace will be together. The feelings between them are so sincere and strong. Together they could handle anything. If Vivian had any doubts after her conversation with Ben, Grace, who greeted her with a wide smile and a warm embrace, immediately remedied the situation. He loves her. They will be happy together. That night, Vivian couldn't sleep. Grace was sitting in the other room, typing a message to someone on his laptop. It was a routine thing to read business emails, send replies. Big business requires constant involvement. The guy often repeated the phrase. Vivian liked that Grace seemed so easygoing, cheerful, and even a little joking. But at the same time, when it came to business, he was collected, responsible, serious. You couldn't go wrong with him. Grace, of course, is good in himself. with such a nice heaven and a coven. But Vivian wouldn't be living in a crib, more like a palace. A rich, handsome Italian is in love with her and is ready to do anything for her. Vivian could not imagine such a thing even in her wildest fantasies. No, the girl always knew what young people like. This was evidenced by the numerous compliments and the corresponding looks of guys. Vivian back in school was often called for dates, and at the graduation she was constantly invited to dance. The girl was even tired and wanted to sit a little and take a break, only afraid to offend the cavaliers. But still, Grace is so handsome, so rich, and so smart. He needs a girl to match him. A Hollywood actress or a top model, no less. And he chose her, a simple girl. Pretty sure, but not a star or the daughter of wealthy parents. It's weird. Too much like a fairy tale. Trixie was jealous in a good way, and even asked Vivian to look around to see if there was a suitable suitor. Why? It would be wonderful to have a childhood friend suddenly at her side. Of course, Vivian would try to introduce Trixie to someone. Grace, it turns out, has a lot of brothers, even if they're not siblings. He's an only child himself. Trixie's cute, even though she's self-conscious about her supposed fullness. Isn't she a bride? And what wonderful photos Vivian will take in Italy. She already has a page on the internet where she posts her work and praises it. Even asks to sell some pictures. They are really beautiful. Vivian knows how to notice interesting and unusual things. But Italy is a completely different nature and architecture. Exotic, colorful. Vivian already anticipated the future excitement on her page. She will definitely familiarize her compatriots with this unique country through photos. Let them admire it too. Maybe she will even realize her dream. As the wife of a wealthy man, Vivian will probably be able not to work. Why should she? If Grace is going to provide for her family, and what would she do? Her degree in economics is unlikely to be valid in a foreign country. Different laws, different accounting rules. But the girl will be able to do her favorite thing. She'll take pictures. Who knows, maybe in the future it will bring her not only pleasure, but also money. And if not, it's okay. Now you don't have to worry about finances. Grace is incredibly rich. It's a very nice addition to the man you love. And then the phone rang. Grace. Someone was on the video conference. Vivian was all ears. No, she wasn't the type to eavesdrop on conversations out of curiosity. She just wanted to check herself to see how far she'd gotten in her Italian. Matthew, one of Grace's cousins, was on the line. First, the boys greeted each other, exchanged news, and in this short dialogue, to her satisfaction, Vivian understood every word clearly. But then the conversation took a strange turn. The girl understood everything, but she forgot to think about her success in Italian. The content of the dialogue was too suspicious and disturbing. Well, are you going to get the money soon? Matthew questioned. And you think this kind of thing is quick? Grace's voice sounded annoyed. The wedding, the moving. Then there's still time to get it ready. So why don't we start preparing now? What's the holdup? No, you can't scare her off. You don't know anything about these things. Vivian froze on her bed. What was that now? Was it really about her? What should she be prepared for? What would scare her off? Somehow this all sounded very unpleasant. And then I remembered what Ben had said about Grace being slippery. He did seem that way now. Are you sure your plan will work? Matthew clarified with a clear threat in his voice. I'm sure it's almost done. Just the finishing touches are left. Well, watch this, or you know you're in debt. And if you can't pay it back in money, we'll take it another way. It won't come to that. Grace tried to speak in a steady voice, but it was clear that he was in anxiety. With that, the brothers said their goodbyes and Grace went on with his letters. And Vivian? Of course she could not sleep now and kept going over the details of the strange conversation. And she liked that conversation less and less. This Matthew, whom Grace called brother. He'd spoken to Vivian's fiancé in a dismissive manner, not unlike a cousin and business partner. Matthew was threatening Grace, and the latter was talking about some plans, money, and debts. Vivian's first impulse was to approach her fiancé and ask him directly about everything, but the girl held back. That was not the way to do it. If Grace is really deceiving her, he will come up with something convincing this time. If the groom was honest, Vivian's suspicions might offend him. It's not nice to know your significant other doesn't trust you. No, that's not what Vivian will do. Now she will simply become more attentive, will listen, look closely, notice some important details. Eventually, the girl will find out the truth. For the next few days, nothing unusual happened. Grace was as charming as ever. Vivian even relaxed a little, forgot about the accidentally overheard conversation. The groom had a hypnotic effect on her. His gaze, his warm embrace, and his words that seemed to be able to pacify, to make her feel happy. With no one else had Vivian experienced such feelings. Vivian had not experienced such feelings before. And yet, when Grace once again called her mother from Italy via video call, Vivian turned to listen. She was in the kitchen at the time, Grace in the living room. The girl was washing dishes. The water was running noisily in the room. That was probably why Grace was convinced that the bride had not heard the bell. But Vivian, after her fiancé's strange conversation, did not blame herself for her excessive curiosity. The girl went to the door of the parlor and listened. She needed to know everything, absolutely everything about the man with whom she was going to tie her fate. Grace seemed to be hiding something. Perhaps his conversation with his mother would resolve this doubt. Vivian already realized that her fiancé was not as sincere and honest as he tried to seem, but she was not ready to hear such a thing. Grace's conversation with her mother turned out to be quite frank. He opened the girl's eyes to the situation in which she found herself. "Hello, son," the woman said affably, looking up from the screen at her son. "Hi, Miss You and little Lulu," Vivian smiled. She knew that Italians had a very strong attachment to their mothers, and thought that was a rather lovely fact. Here now, the grown-up Grace had unashamedly confessed to his mother that he missed her and his little sister. "I wish you'd come back already." "So is the wedding coming up soon?" "In a week." "It's not much longer. Then we'll go straight home. We'll almost have to pack." "Does she know yet?" "No, it's too early to tell her. When we get to Italy, her relatives and acquaintances won't be around. It's a very different situation. I shall have much more influence over her there." Vivian froze. There she was again. They're talking of some dangerous plans for her, intrigues. What was going on at all? Vivian suddenly realized she didn't want to go to Italy, and Grace could hardly be trusted. "You're so smart," the woman on the other side of the screen said with pride in her voice. "Your father was the same way, but you're even smarter. You've had a lot of wisdom since you were a child. Does this poor girl really believe that you are in love with her? You're so handsome and she thinks you're rich." "Poor thing" is the most hurtful expression for Vivian's blonde, this woman, future mother-in-law. She smiled so affectionately in her face and called her beautiful, while she herself is like an evil stepmother from a typical fairy tale. "You know I know how to be gallant when necessary. We will take into account," she said. She just lost her head over me. And it's so easy. A very simple task. She's as naive as a child. Well, all the better. "You bet. Back in Italy, when I took her and that friend of hers for a ride in the rental car, I negligently forgot to remove the rental tag from the passenger seat. And she didn't notice. She believed I owned an expensive sports car. She was so surprised. You should have seen her at that moment." There's nothing to be surprised about. She doesn't understand Italian, so she didn't realize it. By the way, are you sure your fiancé doesn't know the language? They don't. She can only translate a few words of Italian, that's all. She's not very bright at all. Lucky for us. Maybe we shouldn't be so frank in front of her. Don't worry. First of all, we're talking fast, so she won't get the point. And second of all, she's in the kitchen right now doing the dishes. The water's running. That fool doesn't even know I'm talking to you. That's good, my boy, because I have a lot of questions for you. What kind of questions? I think we've talked about this a bunch of times. But let's go over the basics again. How are you going to tell the girl that you're going to live in a tiny apartment in Rome instead of going to our non-existent estate with huge vineyards? That's nonsense. I'll say that I have business in the capital and will stay in my studio apartment here for the time being. I've already rented it for a few weeks. Oh, it's costing me a lot of money. At first, I let the dust in my eyes, rented cars, took them to clubs in Italy, gave them gifts. Now I live in her apartment. I save money, like a hotel, but I have to buy groceries and cook dinners for her to maintain influence on her. Now I've got this rented apartment in Rome. It's okay. If it works out, you'll cover all your expenses and pay off some of your debts, Grace said. Yeah, the most urgent debts have to be paid off soon. Ultimo is harassing me, threatening me. He doesn't want to wait any longer. I told you not to mess with him, the woman said with concern in her voice. I thought I'd make good money with him. But that's how it turned out. Now I got to make it work. First of all, you'll pay off the motel debt, and then you'll take care of the bank loans. See if we can get out of this debt hole of ours. I'm sorry I can't help you. Come on, Mom, you're always so supportive, aren't you? Vivian stood at the door. She'd already realized that Grace had lied to her. Lied to her from the start. He wasn't a businessman, he was in debt. And Ben wasn't his cousin at all. Grace owed money to dangerous people. He's been pushed to the wall, and the charming Italian is desperately looking for a way out. The fancy cars aren't his. They were rented. The apartment where the newlyweds planned to go after the wedding was also rented, although Grace claimed he'd recently bought it with money he'd earned. Vivian had noticed the pride and fire in his eyes. It was horribly disgusting. It's also frightening, disturbing. It was not clear what part she, Vivian, played in this scheme. What was she to do with it? Mother and son continued their conversation in full confidence that no one would hear them, and if they did, they would not understand. Your fiancée, doesn't she know anything? Grace asked. No, why should she? She grinned. She's in love with me, like Juliet with Romeo. She looks at me with loving eyes and agrees with every word I say, so it won't be hard to convince her to sell the apartment, especially once we're in Italy, away from her family. Then I'll give the money to Ben, and Ultimo will finally be off my back. Vivian felt as if she'd been hit over the head with a bag. That's it. Turns out Grace was in on the whole thing because of her real estate. Yeah, her parents bought her an expensive apartment in an upscale neighborhood. You can get a lot of money for that, and she needs the money, Grace. That's what her plan is. A young, charming con artist has run up debts. She's being threatened. She needs to pay the money back fast. So the bastard comes up with a brilliant plan, except it's not going to work. What luck that Vivian once decided to go to these language courses. A chill suddenly ran down her spine. She was scared. She is alone with a person who is probably a criminal. At the very least, she definitely had some dealings with Ben, and the latter is a real criminal by the looks of it. Grace is a scary person. I don't know what she's capable of. And Vivian is alone here, all alone. She took her cell phone out of her sweatshirt pocket and, without leaving her observation post, began to write messages. To whom? She texted Eden, of course, out of habit. He was always there for her in difficult situations. And now, his presence and support would be of great help now. Vivian did not leave the door of the parlor. The conversation was not yet over. What if she found out something else interesting? She did. Grace and her son went on to discuss how they'd gotten to Vivian in the first place. It turned out that the criminal couple made their money by seducing rich female tourists of all ages, staying in their rooms overnight, and then disappearing in the morning with jewelry and cash. As a rule, the women were embarrassed to go to the police. Of course, who would want to admit they'd been duped? A young swindler charmed you, complimented you, then cleaned you out and ran away. Ladies in that situation don't look so good, to put it bluntly. Yeah, even if the victims had gone to the authorities, Grace was virtually impossible to find. He chose a different part of town each time. Each time, he'd change his appearance a little bit and use an assumed name. And of course, the guy would find out where the cameras were in the hotel beforehand and try to stay out of sight. It was a win-win. Except it didn't make much money. Grace had debts, lots of debts. First, bank loans. The guy loved the high life, vacations, expensive cars, brand name clothes. He shamelessly took loans, which then, of course, had nothing to repay, because Grace did not work. He had no education, no desire to work for anyone. That's why Grace got involved with Ben one day. It seemed to the guy that it was a great opportunity to easily and quickly earn a decent sum. But something went wrong. Grace ended up owing dangerous people. They kept calling him, threatening him. The debt increased every day, which drove Grace to despair. He realized that if he couldn't find the money, he might not be spared. Vivian learned all this while standing in front of her own living room door. And then Grace's mother, who was well aware of her son's means of earning money, proposed a wonderful plan to her offspring. And from the conversation between son and mother, Vivian realized that the woman has great power over the guy. He is ready to do anything to please her. The lady didn't work. She kind of took care of the house and her young daughter. They were occasionally kept together by a man, another suitor for Grace's spectacular mother. But these were unstable sources of income that quickly dried up. The main earner remained Grace with his petty scams against rich tourists. It was the mother who encouraged the handsome son to make money this way. Realizing what was going on, Vivian felt something like pity for Grace for a while. It's a terrible thing to be used like that by your own mother. Vivian's unfulfilled mother-in-law decided that in the current situation, the cash and jewelry of rich ladies would not be enough to cover her debts. So she came up with a new, much more risky and complicated way of making money. If it worked out, Grace would have the money to pay off Ben. Grace's mother targeted Vivian herself. She found out through her channels that there were 2 young Russian tourists staying at the hotel and ran a background check on them. Of course, not only Vivian was in the field of vision of the clever ladies, but she turned out to be the most suitable candidate for several reasons. The first and most important, the presence of her own living space, an apartment in the center of her hometown, registered on the girl. Yes, Grace's mother had access to that information. I had to pay a small sum for the database, but the benefit of owning valuable information many times exceeded the cost of the purchase. Secondly, Vivian herself was the perfect victim. Young, inexperienced, gullible. First Grace's mother, and then he himself had watched the girl for days before acting. Hearing this, Vivian shuddered. She was being watched. She was so happy and enthusiastic she didn't even notice anything. Vivian was lucky that mother and son decided to discuss this whole story in great detail and talked about plans and even remembered the past. Now the girl was aware of everything. Further, the conversation between Grace and his mother turned to everyday topics. The weather, the health of some common relatives, the mischief of the groom's little sister Vivian. They made no further mention of their victim, but Vivian already knew all she needed to know. The girl returned to the kitchen and sank powerlessly into a padded chair. Her rose-colored glasses had just shattered with a crash and clink, and as it always happens, with the glasses inward, she was in pain. Unbearably hurt that the beautiful fairy tale and unearthly love had all turned out to be just a deception. And Grace wasn't the perfect prince on a white horse, but a con man. He has no feelings for Vivian, only pure calculation. According to Grace and his mother's plan, Vivian was to be the wife of the con man. Together they would go to another country, live in a rented apartment, which Vivian would consider Grace's property for the time being. Then the young husband would ask her to sell the apartment, and Vivian would agree. Of course she would. Grace would surely think of some plausible excuse. He'd been working her over so skillfully all this time that there was no doubt Vivian would sell the apartment and give him the money. And then the divorce. And Vivian would be alone in a foreign country with no money and no support. Of course, her parents would not abandon her in a difficult situation, would send money for a ticket, and the girl would return to her native country, where she would no longer have her own apartment. Even to imagine such an outcome is scary. In Grace, he would have gotten away with it, because legally he did nothing wrong. Vivian would have sold the apartment herself and handled the money herself, giving it to her spouse as she saw fit. There is no crime. It doesn't seem to exist in this situation. What kind of cunning plan? But Vivian did figure it out. She decided to wait until Ben arrived, to whom she'd written a couple of messages. Until then, she would do nothing. Who knew how Grace would behave when she realized that his plan had failed? I mean, this was a long-term project for the con man. The guy invested a lot of time, effort, and money to impress Vivian and create the image of a rich groom. The con man had to go to a lot of expense. Oh, he's going to be pissed. It would be better if Vivian wasn't alone at the moment of exposure. But the girl did not hold back. After speaking to her mother, Grace entered the kitchen with a fond smile on her lips. Now she seemed to Vivian unpleasant and insincere. But only half an hour ago she had been admiring the dimples on her lover's cheeks, which appear when he smiles, admiring and feeling happy and loved. "Shall I help you, my love?" Grace asked, pushing Vivian away from the sink where she was washing plates. "I'm getting used to the royal life. In my house, you won't be doing kitchen duties, dishes, washing, or laundry. Here, Vivian couldn't take it anymore. Restrained anger, despair, and frustration burst forth in a mighty torrent. "Of course I won't be a maid in your house," exclaimed the girl. "I shall never be in your house at all, because you have no house at all." Grace, perhaps for the first time since the day of their acquaintance, looked confused. The boy flapped his long eyelashes and shook his head. "I know everything," Vivian repeated calmly, looking into Grace's eyes. She was triumphant at this moment. He thought she was a naive simpleton, an easy victim, trying to take advantage of the inexperience of a girl in love. "Well, you got the wrong girl. Vivian isn't that simple." "How did you know that?" Grace seemed to realize there was no point in denying it. "You spoke too frankly to your mother," in the purest Italian Vivian blurted out. Grace's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, as the girl had once planned, she had impressed him with her knowledge of Italian, just not in the situation in which it was supposed to happen. Grace was angry. The girl noticed it at once. A bad glint appeared in his eyes. His hands clenched into fists so white his knuckles turned white. Vivian tensed. She was afraid. She suddenly realized that she had been wrong to snap, wrong to change her decision to hold on until Ben arrived. But Vivian didn't show her fear. "Get out of my apartment," she sternly ordered her estranged husband. "Right now I'll pack your things and leave them on the doorstep, and then leave immediately, or I'll call the police." "I will," Grace whispered, slowly approaching Vivian. She instinctively retreated to the windowsill. Like a frightened bird, she wondered what he could do to her in her condition. He was obviously up to something evil. "I'll leave, but I'll pay my expenses first. The money I spent on you. That's fair, isn't it? Give me your jewelry, your money. Your money. What else you got? I'll leave." That's how Grace's veneer of sincerity and benevolence came off. Now Vivian was faced with a greedy and unpleasant man, a fraud, a cheat, a deceiver who might even be capable of physically harming her. How frightful. "I don't have any jewelry," she whispered. Her fervor had worn off. Now she felt only horror in the face of the all-consuming danger that would rob her of her will and paralyze her. Grace rushed into the rooms, smashing and breaking everything in his path. Vivian could hear him slamming closet doors, searching for something to sell. The boy was desperate. In such a state, a man, especially a man like Grace, could do anything. Vivian tried to leave the apartment, but Grace pushed her away from the door and shouted at her so much that she immediately realized that the next time she went out like that could have serious consequences. Vivian sat in the kitchen with her arms around her head, listening to Grace ransacking her apartment. And then Ben showed up. Vivian had always been excited to see her friend. But now it was something special. The girl felt like a mountain had been lifted off her shoulders. Ben quickly assessed the situation. When he noticed Vivian huddled in the corner of the kitchen, he became furious. Cussing and fighting sounds came to the girl's ears. "Get out here." Ben literally threw Grace out of the apartment and then dialed the police. He spoke loudly and clearly so that Grace, who kept banging on the closed door, could make out every word. Then Ben rushed to Vivian, put his arms around her. The girl clung to him. She was shivering. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. So many events, so many emotions. Ben stroked her back, her hair, her shoulders, said something soothing and affectionate, nodding his words, not asking unnecessary questions. Realized that the girl was in the wrong state of mind right now. A few months passed. Grace returned to Italy. The police did not start a case of a con man on him. Lucky him. On his hand played the fact that he and Vivian had time to apply to the registry office, that is, considered a bride and groom. So the guy wasn't prosecuted for breaking into someone else's home. After all, the landlady was not a stranger to him. The whole situation looked like a personal quarrel, a misunderstanding between spouses, a domestic dispute. And Vivian had no proof that Grace was a con man and a con artist. The Italian left America a pauper. Vivian didn't know how he'd gotten over his failure. She didn't really care, by and large. Vivian posted her story on every travel forum she could find. She detailed how she had fallen for the scammer and even posted pictures of Grace. Perhaps it would help at least someone to avoid meeting the scoundrel. Vivian was not long worried, thwarted wedding. For it wasn't long before she received another proposal. This time from Ben. Then, that terrible evening, sitting on the kitchen floor, the young people frankly talked. It turned out that Ben had been in love with Vivian since childhood and therefore was very jealous of her overseas fiancé. And then when he met Grace in person, he was the only one of the company who was not affected by the foreigner's charms. "I mean, you were in love with me?" Vivian stared at the boy. The surprise that followed this confession, for the time being, even overshadowed the emotion of Grace's disclosure. "I was your secret admirer, and you thought of me only as a girlfriend." "You've said that many times yourself," Ben smiled. "All I had to do was watch your many affairs from the sidelines and wish desperately that I could be one of those guys someday." "What fools we were," Vivian laughed. "Thanks to that Grace of yours. He really is an angel, isn't he? It's thanks to him that we've finally gotten it all straightened out. I've had a crush on you since first grade. But I didn't think I'd be attracted to you as a guy. That's why I became your friend. So I could at least be there for you, keep you safe." Anyway, Vivian was getting ready to get married again, only with a completely different man. This time she had no doubts or worries. Everything was going right now.